Very cool. We should have one and two. There they go. Very good. Hello, YouTube. Welcome in. It's Thursday where I am. I hope it's a good day where you are. Uh, it's good to have you. We're live streaming. This is a food and drink stream. It's nice to have y'all. My name's Lou. I am a recipe tester and recipe developer. I am a parent. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they, and it's nice to have you. Welcome in. I've said it's nice to have you probably 3 times now, but it really genuinely is. If you're interested in joining us during the actual live stream, you do have to be subscribed for more than 5 minutes. So why don't you go ahead and hit the subscribe button right now. If you got an alert that we're live or you're watching this at some point and you hit the like button, that helps other people see the stream as well. We're also live on Twitch under the same username. It's Eat It Dads everywhere on the internet. I'm really glad that y'all are here. This is generally speaking, this stream is about cooking and conversation. We have our YouTube and Twitch chat right here on the screen in the landscape version. That's like the TV desktop version. It'll pop up down here. If you're on the vertical version, you're only going to see the chat on YouTube if you're on YouTube. So just FYI, there is that. We make mostly vegetable forward family meals and do recipe development on this stream. I test my own recipes. I write my own recipes. You can put command recipes in the chat during the live stream to get a listing of those on the internet. But we also do baking. We do meal prep. We make snacks, which is what we're doing today. I also prep for camping trips, which I love going on. And very occasionally you'll find me out and about in the world doing IRL streams, usually in Philadelphia, which is where I live, as I said. Our chat community is very enthusiastic about culinary things, but also just everything. We treat this kind of like the kitchen counter at someone's house when you're hanging out with them, just enjoying watching them cook. So feel free to hop into chat, but also feel free to lurk if you're a lurker. I will fill the sound of silence. I will fill the lack of chat when there is a lack of chat with the sound of my own voice. So don't worry. I'm happy to keep the patter rolling. We also appreciate lurkers both on Twitch and on YouTube. If you are the type of person who just enjoys watching but doesn't want to chat, that's totally okay. Please know that if you're not a current follower or you're not a current subscriber, if you hit the subscribe or you hit the follow button, those are silent. Nothing happens. There's no alerts. There's no sounds. I'm not going to like say hi to you and ask you a bunch of questions and, welcome in, blah, blah, blah. Just nothing happens. You can hit the follow button and it's totally fine. So anyway, on stream today, we're going to be doing a bunch of different types of snacks. I have my son, who's 10, has a bunch of friends coming over tomorrow to do a little Mario Kart tournament. They have a half day at school, so they're just hopping in to play some video games in the living room. I'm making some snacks for them. What are we making today? We're doing caramel corn. We're doing puppy chow, which I've never made before, so that should be interesting. Rice Krispies treats with Lucky Charms marshmallows in them. Boxed brownies, like super easy boxed brownies. I'm going to cut up this pineapple that you see here if you're watching on the horizontal stream. And cut bookend that today. We're also doing a test of a recipe that I'm writing at the moment. And that includes lentils and tomatoes and is not anything like a snack. It's more like a dinner. But anyway, that's the stream today. As I mentioned, follows are silent. And if you're watching on YouTube, please hit the like button and the subscribe button, because that is a free way to support the stream and the channel and me. Okay. That's all I have to say to get started. So let's actually get started. We're going to make caramel corn first. The caramel corn is a recipe that I've had for a while. I've made it on stream before. I've made it several different ways. But today I'm going back to the original recipe that I have, which is basically just popped corn, butter, brown sugar, Caro syrup, which is just corn syrup, salt, vanilla, and baking soda. So I'm gonna get my ingredients out for that first. Then we're gonna pop some corn because obviously. After that, it's pretty straightforward. I'm gonna make a double batch of this. It is the original recipe that I have for 3 quarts of popped corn, which goes really quickly, generally speaking. So we're doing a double batch of this. The first thing we have to do is pop some popcorn, though. So let's get started doing that. Each batch of popcorn is just about a quart or so. So we're going to be popping corn and sort of getting everything else together at the same time. So we're getting started with that. I have a special popcorn popping pot, which is kind of fun. This is like I use the same pot to pop popcorn in, like all the time. It's definitely a the type of thing that like I've learned exactly how to pop popcorn in this exact pot. So I don't know how to do it any other way. So this is the one that we're using. Caretaker, welcome in. So you're saying that caramel corn involves popcorn and not cream corn, right? Well, here's the thing. I've never actually tried to make this with creamed corn. I would not try to make this with creamed corn because, listen, I don't want to yuck your yum, but my yum does not include creamed corn as with caramel. Brother regifted a popcorn maker. Okay. I would use it if I had a popcorn maker. Is it what kind of popcorn maker is it? Is it one of the ones that like the airflow? Is it like a stovetop one? Tell me a little bit about it. Because what I do with this, and you'll see, let me cut over to this. Let me cut over to this view for a brief moment. So this camera doesn't love staying in place. Clearly. Hold on. Let me make one adjustment. With this one cool trick, we can get the camera to stay in place. There it goes. Okay. And now, of course, I should have sent. Okay, rule number 1, Lou, center the pan on the burner, then adjust the camera. There we go. So basically all I'm doing here is turning this to like a 2.5 out of 7, putting a little bit of olive oil in here. And then we're going to put 1, 2, 3 pieces of 4 pieces of corn in here. And I'm just going to put the lid on because this is, there we go. This is just going to heat up. So as I said, I have like a whole popcorn system with this. So I'm not really measuring anything, but I am going to put all of the popcorn when it's finished in this enormous bigger bowl. This is also we're gonna as we pop this, we're gonna get the kernels out of it too. So this is gonna take like a little this is gonna take like 10 to 15 minutes to pop this much popcorn. So just FYI, that's like what we're up to now. Yummy girl, welcome in. I hope you enjoy making lunch and getting some cleaning done, and I appreciate the lurk. We love lurkers on this channel. As I say, I've started to say in my intro, I'll fill the absence of chat with the sound of my own voice, and I mainly say that because I know that people like to lurk, and like if I'm not saying anything, there's not too many kitchen sounds here, so you know, if you're lurking, what's the point if nobody's talking. Anyway. Mike says, bad recipe. Didn't have corn or caramel, so I used peas and ketchup. 0 out of 10. Yeah. Those people who write fucking reviews like that can have bad things happen to them. Love the Crocs. Thank you. I don't even have socks on today. I'm in full summer mode at this point. Let's get the rest of the ingredients out for this. So this is a really easy recipe. Generally speaking, 1 cup of butter. I'm doubling this too. So a half a cup is 8 tablespoons. So 1 cup of butter, 2 sticks. 2 sticks of butter, and we're melting it, so I'm using the frozen butter. I have butter that I keep in the refrigerator, but since I'm melting it in the pan, I'm just going to use the frozen butter instead. 2 cups of brown sugar. Brown sugar is somewhere. I didn't get the brown sugar out, so we need to get the ingredients out. 2 cups of brown sugar, 1/4 cup of Karo syrup. Now, actually, you know what? This is really, oh, yeah, okay, I do. Never mind. I was gonna say, this is really gonna dictate whether or not I could double this recipe, how much syrup I have. And I looked in the cabinet and saw that, and I was like, oh no. And then there was this one next to it. So, it's okay. We did it. Salt, vanilla, and baking soda. So this recipe is fun because you're making caramel, and the baking soda, you put the vanilla and the baking soda in it, and it like bubbles aggressively and is really kind of fun to see. Baking soda, confirmed, soda, not powder. It's the soda that gives it the reaction. Okay, so oven at 300. Oven's at 300. Easy. Melt the butter, add the sugar, Karo, and salt. Boil for 5 minutes without stirring. Remove from heat. Add the vanilla and the baking soda. Combine with the corn. Bake for 30 minutes, stirring 2 to 3 times. Super easy. This is funny. This recipe, I have been pitching this recipe multiple times. And it has never, I haven't gotten anywhere to accept it, but I have made this more recently with honey as opposed to corn syrup, and it turned out really well. A carnival style popcorn maker. Oh, okay. So it's like a big box with the bottom that has like the little like the holes in the bottom for all of the extra kernels to drop through, and the spinny thing like at the top. Those are fun. Little glass doors in the front. Those are super cool. I definitely enjoy those. How much brown sugar? Lots. Okay, 2 cups of brown sugar. So we're gonna do this in the larger saucepan because I'm using the saucepan that I would generally use to make the caramel, to make the popcorn. Actually, we're gonna use the saucepan that I'm making the popcorn in for the caramel because I need to have all of the popcorn made before I make the sauce. You know what we're gonna do? Hold on. We're gonna change gears. I'm gonna change gears here. Not changing gears necessarily, but because this is gonna be sort of an easy. Holy shit! Why do these take 55 minutes to bake? Get out of here! Are you serious? Hold on. 13 by 9 pan. Oh, 20 minutes in a 13 by 9 pan. Okay. We're going to do that. We're going to do the larger pan. Right? Because larger pan equals more brownies. Right? That's True. And I only need the oven at 350. So by the time I'm finished making all this popcorn and then making the sauce, the brownies should be able to be finished. So we're still, by the way, I'm waiting for this pan to heat up. I'm waiting and listening because we have these little popcorn kernels right here, and I'm pointing at it with my mouse as if anybody on stream can see my mouse. I am pointing at the damn thing with my stupid mouse. Oh my god. Caretaker, I believe you. I believe that that recipe exists on the internet. I would love to see it. Brownie brittle and crunchy brownie bits. And that sounds delicious. I like brownie brittle too. I don't think I've ever had it. But I like it, given your description. Red, welcome in. Spaceballs, welcome in. Good to see you. Therian, welcome in. Am I saying your name correctly? Persephone, hello. Welcome in. Mom Nums, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. It's good to see you. I hope you're having a good one. What was streamed today? What was streamed today? How's Clifford? Clifford is great. Clifford will be out again in about 2 hours or so. Clifford was being fed at the beginning of stream, but he was not on camera earlier. So there's that. Goat Farmer, welcome in. Hello. Friends who just joined us, it's nice to have you. Welcome in. And yes, Clifford is a baby foster is a foster cat, a small 3-week-old tuxedo foster cat. Friends who just joined us, note number 1, follows are silent. So if you hit the follow button, maybe you've just hopped on, follows are silent. There's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no, like, literally nothing happens when you hit follow. I'm not going to like say hi to you. So please feel free to lurk, hit the follow button, and feel free to lurk. If you want me to say hi to you, I'm very happy to do that, but you will have to chat because I'm not going to call you out for like just following. Give me 1 second because you see what's going on here. Hold on. Ta-da! We have we're making popcorn for caramel corn, and I have my oil is hot at this point. Whoa, it's hot. Yeah, oh yeah, it's hot. So we're oil's hot. So I need to get some popcorn into the pan. How much popcorn? I don't know. Enough to cover the bottom. Just enough to cover the bottom. Just like that. So this is all this is step 1. There we go. Okay. This is step 1 of a multi-step process to make caramel corn. So just like, bear with me. Friends who were hanging out here prior to our raid on Twitch, Mom Nums is a fellow food and drink streamer and friend of the stream, and I would appreciate if you went and followed them and hung out. They do some interesting stuff, including finishing the last part of the pressure cooker series. You made an Olive Garden soup dupe. That's cool. Is it unlimited? And then testing them with perla leaves and breadsticks. I love that. I love breadsticks. Goat Farmer, you asked a question and said why, but I'm not sure what you were asking why to. I'm sorry. Please remind me, or please like roll back. Please ask why what? Oh, why popcorn? Right. Because we're doing caramel corn. We're doing a whole snack stream today. My friend, my friends, my son who's 10 and in fifth grade has a bunch of his friends coming over tomorrow to play video games after school. They have a half day. So I'm making a bunch of snacks for them. That includes caramel corn, puppy chow, Rice Krispies treats, brownies, and some cut up fruit. The popcorn in this pan here is for the caramel corn, which we're going to be making in a little bit. I have all the stuff for the caramel corn stashed behind this pineapple and this these flowers here. But first we're going to make some brownies. While I am greasing this pan, we will let me introduce myself. Yes. Moms, you know what I love in Philly anyway, and I'm sure elsewhere, maybe around you. I don't know. But there are there's refrigerators. There's different like types of. It's basically like a walk-up refrigerator on the street. Like businesses have them, and people can donate food and put them in there. And I always consider putting stuff in there when I have like excess. I don't know what they would be called if they have them around where you are, but that's always an option too. Or sharing with other people, you know, as you mentioned, is lovely. But friends who just joined us, welcome in. My name's Lou. This is a food and drink stream. We always mostly about 80% of the content that we do here is food and drink, maybe actually a little less than that. But mostly what I'm doing is recipe development, family vegetable forward, family meals. We make snacks, we bake cookies, we do trip prep for other like for camping trips because I like to go camping, so we do a little bit of that. But the stream is all about cooking and conversation. As I mentioned, I'm a home cook, I'm a recipe developer. We like lurkers here, so if you're the type of person who just enjoys hanging out and not necessarily participating in chat, but just enjoying a vibe, you are more than welcome to do that. And that is why follows are silent. Because I don't want to make anybody feel like they have to chat. Okay, so we're making popcorn over here. It's coming along. This popcorn is crappy. So basically I need like 6 quarts of popcorn. There's a huge bowl behind me here on the stove. So this had some popcorn kernels in it already. I forgot about this. It's fine. But what we're doing is while we're making the popcorn and the sauce for the caramel corn, I'm going to put the brownies in the oven so that they can bake, because this is like a 13x9 pan. They're only going to take like 20-some minutes to bake. So this is a very easy endeavor as far as brownies go. I'm using a box mix. I've made brownies on stream before from scratch, melting the chocolate, doing all sorts of like, you know, custom stuff. But today we're doing a literal dark chocolate brownie mix box. And I think I'm going to sprinkle some marshmallows on the top of it just because. Why? Just because. Right. Go farmer cannot process corn, not even when it's popped. That is an unfortunate scenario, but at least, I mean, if you know that, there's really no substitute. You can't make caramel corn without popcorn. So, yeah. I guess that's partially why I'm making a variety of different types of snacks, because I'm not sure who likes chocolatey snacks versus sugary snacks versus, you know, sticky caramel type stuff, marshmallow type stuff, who prefers fruit. I got some pizza rolls, like literally put them in the oven and heat them up, pizza rolls for tomorrow as well. And I got the cheese variety, not the meat, not ones that are like the triple pepperoni or whatever, because I also was like, maybe they might be vegetarian, vegan, religious objection to meat. Who knows? Who knows? Mom, the only fridge was broken during the ice storm. Okay, but yeah, so yeah, it's like yes, and yes, we have a fridge, and it doesn't work, right? Oh, Twinderella, this would be great for the honey because you would use like a half a cup of it or a quarter cup per batch. So if you have access to a lot of honey, this recipe would be great, which obviously you do. Box directions: stir together water, oil, and eggs until blended. Spread in pan. I mean, like, come on now. My favorite brownie recipe is the Melissa Clark brownie recipe, which is more complicated than this one. All right, but we have some popcorn over here. This is going. Looking pretty good. I'm not sure anymore. So this is still popping little bit. We got to get like 3 seconds between pops. Not really, but like kind of. The rule with the microwave popcorn is not quite the same as the rule with this style popcorn, but almost. All right, so here's what we do. We're gonna take this. I'm gonna take this for just a second, letting some of the steam out. I'm gonna dump it. I'm dumping the whole thing. Oh, maybe. Yes. Okay. Dumping the whole thing. Leaving the flame on for just a moment. It's not gonna melt the camera in that amount of time. Adding a little bit more oil. Adding just enough popcorn to cover the bottom of the pot. Give that a little toss. And I'm not seasoning this. This is completely unseasoned popcorn. Put the lid back on. And we let it keep going. So the pan is already the pan is already preheated. So I'm not like, it's just going at this point. The brownies almost baked themselves. That would be kind of amazing. Twinderella, I will give you, can you remind me, can you hit like command remind or like just at me in the chat, the mod chat, if you would. I will send you the recipe for this. This is not, I am in the refrigerator looking for water. What am I even doing? Okay, so how many tablespoons of water do I need? 3? 3. Great. One, 2, 3. There. I also want to note when we raided through, we had another food and drink streamer come through. Spaceballs, the username, fellow food and drink streamer as well. Wanted to give them a shout out. I don't usually get to raid Spaceballs because they don't always stream around the same time I do, but it is always good to see them both in chat and on the internet. Please follow as well. Camille, welcome in. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. We're working on some snacks today. It's a bit of a treat day. I'm gonna turn this pan up just a little bit. There's like a sweet spot of heat here that it takes like a batch or two to really get, where it's like once the pan is hot and I get my heat in like the exact right place, it takes just a few minutes. It takes like a minute or two to cook each batch, and that's about it. So this calls for half a cup of olive oil. Now I kind of want to just use coconut oil in here because actually it called for vegetable oil. I'm gonna use coconut oil because like that'll be more taste. That'll be tastier, right? Right. Yeah. Um, love the username. I think it's funny. I always think it's funny that Spaceballs has the username at the end. I think it's notable, and I don't know. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You love coconut oil? I kind of I just started. I just got this container yesterday, and I don't use it very much. So I'm sort of like, all right, I want to use sort of as much of it as possible. What did we say yesterday? Yesterday we said, shit, I threw it out. The thing that had all the weights on it. Yesterday from the coconut oil. So I used coconut oil in my cake yesterday. Oh, hold on. Did I write it on the cake recipe? I did. Yes. 1 cup was 220 grams. So a half a cup was 110 grams. Great. That's good because what I really just want to do with this is put 110 grams in this little bowl and then microwave it for like 10 seconds. But I forgot how much it was. So 110. That's 109. There we go. 110. But yeah, we're gonna use up some of this coconut oil because I like it, but I don't use it very often, and I don't think to use it very often. And I also don't cook a lot of stuff that just needs like oil, like that you just add oil to. I generally, when I'm using oil, it's like in a pan, for like cooking with. It's not usually like an ingredient. Stir all of this together until well blended. Okay, easy enough. That's pretty straightforward. I can do that. So that, yeah, we're switching gears to get the brownie mix in the oven because the popcorn obviously takes a little while to make. Especially the volume of popcorn that I'm making. So this is just probably a little bit more than a quart of popcorn. My recipe calls for 3 quarts of popcorn, and I am doubling the recipe. So I need to make basically like 6 batches of popcorn. Now, this popcorn is also, as I said a little bit ago, kind of crappy. And so it pops kind of small, and it leaves a bunch of leftover kernels, which is like annoying. Sort of no matter how long you cook it for. So we're probably going to have to do maybe like 7 batches of this in order to get the right volume. Something like that. I don't know. Regardless, we're gonna keep going. It's working, so let's just keep it moving. Phyllis, welcome in. Happy Friday, Junior. Ooh, greasing pans is a good idea with it because it's solid. Like if it's not warm where you're storing it, it's like it turns into a solid. So it's it's a little bit annoying. Like partially that's why I don't use it as often because it is kind of solid. Or rather, like my experience having used it in the past is like, oh, this solidifies on the counter and like that's kind of annoying. So, let's not, is sort of my take. I'm adding a little bit of vanilla extract to this brownie mixture because that will make it better. Obviously. Or somehow it'll make it worse, but who's to say, really? Baker's tip to cut warm brownies. Not worried about that. We're not doing that. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna make these in the pan. That'll be fine. I was thinking, I just had a moment where I thought to I had a thought of like, maybe I should put some parchment paper underneath of these so that I can get them out of the pan easier. But like, they'll be fine. I greased the pan with butter. I think that'll be okay. Okay, so we're gonna pop these in here. To cut warm brownies, use your teeth. To cut warm brownies, eat them directly out of the pan with a fork. Top them with ice cream. Enjoy. Okay. So I'm baking these in a very shallow pan, 13 by 9. So these should bake pretty quickly. And I'm going to put some marshmallows on top just for fun. And then when they come out of the oven, if I remember, which I might not, I may sprinkle them with like a little bit of like sea salt or something, just so that they're a little bit there's a little bit extra going on. Okay, so let's give this a little like side to side. And I get it to, we want this to spread into all the corners here. There it is. All right, now back to the center. Great. Let's toss some what are these? Marshmallows. Miniature marshmallows. Doesn't sound like a baker's tip. No, that's more of a consumer end tip. Fox Mulder, welcome in. Hello. Luke of the Wild, can I come over and cook some Thai green curry? Yes. I mean, yeah. Sounds great. I love curry. What spice level do you cook your curry at? Okay, come on over to the stove here. Hold on, let me pop these in. Pop these in. Set a timer for 22 minutes. 2, 2, 0, 0. Start. 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 Okay, come on over to the stove here for a second. So popcorn's ready. This batch of popcorn appears to be good. Oh, cap is on. When I say this popcorn is crappy, what I'm meaning is that this is just like the large volume, the biggest bag of store brand popcorn you can buy. This is the popcorn that I had been using for Cookie Club. So it is not top quality not top quality popcorn. No offense, but I was packing boxes with it and not feeding it to people, so I didn't really care how good the popcorn was. If I had set out to like make caramel corn today and make it nice, I probably would have bought like better popcorn, but I didn't, and that's okay. All right, so brownies are in the oven. 22 to 25 minutes. For cake-like brownies, use 3 tablespoons of water, half a cup of vegetable, and 3 eggs. If using a non-stick pan, shorten bake time by 3 minutes. Neither of those two things are applicable. Great. Okay. I'm going to recycle the box of brownie mix so that I can get it out later when I need to look at it. Fellas, curry is atomic hot. Hell yeah. I like a very spicy food. Sometimes I don't, and sometimes I do, and it really depends. Um, if it's super hot, I want to have it with like, I usually want to have like a little rice with it. When I get curry or like, either curry or something sauced like that, I usually don't eat the rice. I get pita or like naan bread or something like that, and I'll just dip the bread in the sauce, but I'll like eat the meat out of it first and then use the rest of it to like dip. So that's my method. Um, I like to get mine medium usually. Sometimes when I get if I'm getting it from carry out, medium is usually pretty good for me because I also want to like I don't know. Sometimes I find it hard to enjoy the flavor of something if it's too spicy. Okay, brownies are in the oven, so we can check those off as finished. Let's look at this. Let's see, Rice Krispies recipe. Um, where did I put the Rice Krispies recipe? It's on the box. It's on the box. Of course it is. Um, sure. Do we put this in the oven? No, we don't. Right. Okay. Good. Um, 13 by 9 by 2-inch pan coated with cooking spray using a buttered spatula or wax paper. Okay, so they want you to spray the pan. So you melt the butter, add the marshmallows, add the Rice Krispies. That's it. Easy. There again, using actual popcorn to pack packages was something that I used to do with our cookie club. Command cookies, COOKIES, in chat if you're curious about what cookie club is. But I was for quite some time I was using when I was doing the packaging for Cookie Club, I was popping popcorn. Like I was filling this bowl twice with popcorn to use to pack things with, and it was suggested to me one that seemed like a lot of effort, which, as you can tell by me popping this popcorn right now for cooking purposes, it is a lot of effort. I used to do the popcorn popping while I was like getting all the boxes together, like labeling them, putting addresses on them, writing cards for Cookie Club, all of that. So I did. It was sort of like part of the process, but now I have moved. I have moved along to using newsprint or newspaper instead. The popcorn I didn't love. I love the popcorn for the environmental purpose, right? Exactly what you're saying, because it's not like packing peanuts, which are awful, and but the newspaper comes to my house. Like I get a physical newspaper on Sundays, so I just save the newspaper now. Some folks had some folks like really like the popcorn. There's one person has been a long time community member, who, if they were winning if they won Cookie Club again, I would pop popcorn separately for them, because they live on a farm and feed it to the animals, which I think is cute. And so I would continue to package their stuff in with popcorn. But the other packages I've definitely, for efficiency purposes, I'm using newsprint now. Tunderella, I'm sorry it was a little disappointing. I had that thought. I was like, I know that people are going to be like, "Oh, no more popcorn," but I was also Like, you know, it's it's one of those things where it takes a long time to do. It really does. All right, we're switching burners here, so just like bear with me. Yeah, we're switching burners because I want to be able to use this front burner for something else now. Um, yeah, there again. The person who I was talking about, like, yeah, literally lives on a farm and um has won Cookie Club a number of times and always tells me like, oh, I fed it to the pigs and they loved it, and I'm like, that's so cute. It's like, okay, got it. um so this recipe is literally the one on the side of the box. That's what I'm following. This is not complicated. So I need a large saucepan. So I'm using this big saucepan. I moved burners here so that I could use the front burner for Rice Krispie purposes. But I need to get I need to get the pan ready before I do these. Why did these turn out so crispy last time? Did I overcook them? I might have overcooked them. Rusty, welcome in. It's good to see you. Hey, Rusty, that is 12 months of subscribing. I know you've been around for a little, slightly longer than that. It's good to see you. I hope you're well. Two, I want to point out that on your 12-month anniversary of being a subscriber, you're guaranteed to get cookies, which is super cool. I will definitely message you in Discord. You don't need to keep track of that or whatever. But it's good to have you. Two things. One, I need to remind StreamerBot alert, Discord alert for subscription length milestones. So we'll do that. And then if you all are hanging out here, I promise you that if you click on the shout out that just popped up in chat, that you will also enjoy hanging out with Rusty and Lady Naginata, who is also streams with Rusty on his channel. Those two are very lovely humans who I've met in real life several times, multiple times. Yeah, multiple times at this point, and were very early supporters of the stream. Lady was actually my 50th follower, which was the only thing that I needed to get affiliate. So we were talking about making affiliate earlier, and like, or I was, whatever. Anyway, welcome in. Good to have you. As I mentioned, I will certainly reach out later for the purpose of getting cookies to you should you decide that you want those. I think I'm gonna do the Rice Krispies treats in a big. Should I do these in a big pan, or should I do these in? I don't have another metal pan for these. I'm thinking maybe I could do these in like a square pan like this, which is a little. They'll be thick. They'll be like really thick instead, which might be nice. Or I could just do them in the regular glass pan. I think I'm gonna do them in the big square pan and have them be like really thick. Question, do I need this pan for anything else today? No. Okay, good. I'm like, oh, but this is the part where I like use a pan for something and then realize I need it for the next thing I'm making, which would be super annoying. Okay, this popcorn is taking longer to make than the last one because I switched burners and the burner wasn't like exactly heated and dialed into like the exact right spot. Anyway, it's okay. It says to grease this pan. We're gonna do that. We have a little butter log. This is the this is just the pan greasing butter, which I did a good thing the other day that I have never done before, but I will do again in the future, which is the butter that I was using to do like the greasing with, I wrapped it in parchment paper instead of keeping it in their wax wrap. And you can sort of like push it out, like almost like a push pop to grease your pan with. And I've never done that before, but it's working out really well. I've been using it for this purpose a couple times now. The only thing that I have to do is keep my family from like using this as like butter for pasta or other things, bread. But I think that's just like training. That's a like, you know, when I see them going in and reaching for it, like give like smacking their hand with a little wooden spoon or something. Like, no, use the other butter. Use the regular butter. Use the regular butter. Okay, but this is good because I can like, it's a lot cleaner than using the paper that the butter comes in. Towel was over here. Okay. I think this popcorn has just about done it. So this burner is nice, and I should have put the popcorn on this burner to begin with, because this burner, as you'll see in just a moment when I move this pan, has a little like trivet like thing on it that is for my coffee maker to sit on. But this is nice because it stays hot and will continue. It'll heat the bottom. It heats the bottom of the pan more evenly when I use it for a pot. When I use it for the coffee maker, it just keeps the coffee maker from falling through the burner. Okay, so I don't know how much popcorn I have here, but we're gonna fill this bowl. And if I end up having extra, I think that's fine too. Like, I don't need to worry about that. Okay, so we have our pan ready for the Krispies treats. So we'll set those to the side. In a large saucepan, melt the butter, add the marshmallows, add the Rice Krispies. Easy. Easy. Okay, let's see. I need 3 tablespoons of butter and then 5.5 cups of marshmallows. Now, I didn't do I didn't buy any more marshmallows for this. I'm assuming I have enough marshmallows. Oh, R.I.P. to that rubber band. Who knows how old that rubber band was? It's probably been in the drawer forever. But last time when I made Rice Krispies treats recently, and I was like, I way overbought marshmallows, so I have a bunch left. So 5.5 cups. Yeah, that's about 5.5 cups right there. That one's got some brown on it. That's weird. And it's about 6 cups actually, so this should be fine. I'm just using the rest of this bag. Now I regret putting a few of those things on top of the brownies. Oh, brownies, they're in the oven. I set a timer. Okay, good. All right. I just there was a moment of panic that just happened right there when I thought for sure that I had just burned all of the brownies completely. Okay. 3 tablespoons of butter. Let's cut that butter. 1, 2, 3. It's cutting this right on the counter. I'm not letting my knife hit the counter because then it'll get dull. And it is. Okay, put that back in the fridge. So just to confirm, we melt the butter. We add the marshmallows, stir. Then we add the cereal. Then we put it into this pan, and that's it. Easy. Okay, so we're going to come over to the stove and let's do a couple things. So we're going to just bear with me for a second. I'm going to zoom out. We're going to move up. And we're going to get both of these pans in one view. Yay. Okay, but this shouldn't take too long, right? Shouldn't take too long to melt. We're just going to melt some butter. Butter, then the popcorn. So once the marshmallows are in, we'll do the we'll measure out the cereal because I need 6 cups of cereal, which is not all that much. But I should be using a plastic spoon for this because it is less likely for the Rice Krispies treats. It's less likely for the marshmallow won't stick to it. There's a reason. God, Lou, use your words. All right, so this is looking good. My camera is, hold on. There we go. Okay. I'm like, I gotta get the angle right. So it's melting this. The marshmallows melt at a low temperature. So you don't want to overcook the marshmallows. Last time I overcooked things and they were really stale. Not stale. They hardened up too much. Rusty, this is the 3rd stove camera. This is the 3rd stove camera. The first one, I still have it. It's actually right here. And if you can't really tell, but it's like all wavy on the top because I melted it on stream. It's in my little starting soon nostalgia corner over here. Okay, so butter. Now the marshmallows. So we're gonna melt these. And I've got my popcorn popping back here. So the popcorn's going real well. This is like when I transferred burners on that last bowl or that last pot and it didn't do so great. Now that it's doing its now that it's in on that better burner like that, it's nice. Yeah, Rusty, the thing that I've done with this one, what I'm learning to do more, which you just saw me do, is to use. Now I'm using a different camera that I can zoom. So I have, instead of putting the camera in real close, I'm now like using the zoom, and that's been better. It's been a bit better. The zoom is important because when you put the camera real close, I know what I did when I was melting it. I was using the burner to blacken a red bell pepper, and I didn't really consider that the open flame of the burner would be very hot right above it. I was like, oh, it's high enough. It's probably fine. It was not. It was not. All right, so there's our 6.5 cups of marshmallow. Oh no, my timer's going off for the brownies. Too much is happening at once. Too much is happening at once. I've messed up. So I need, let's see, the brownies could go up to 3 more minutes. I'm going to leave them up. I'm going to leave them for that time. Because in that time, the marshmallows will probably finish melting. This popcorn is as finished as it's going to be. Let's dump that. Whoop. Dump that. Oh, I don't have a burner to sit my lid on because both burners are in use. Shit. Okay, that's fine. So we're going to put another batch of popcorn in. Give that a little shake. Add another small handful there. Put the lid back on. Ow, shit, that's very hot. Okay. And keep stirring the marshmallows. This is going well. By the time I'm finished incorporating the Rice Krispies here, we will be able to pull those brownies out of the oven. There we go. All right, so this is good. This is just about good. I've got like a chunk, like 1 or 2 chunks of marshmallow in there, but I'd rather there be a little one or 2 chunks than overdoing it. So. In the corner there, we got to really mix this in. Okay, now come on over to this. Come on over. There we go. There's that. We're turning the marshmallows off. Come on over to the counter. I'll give you the overhead view here as we get these marshmallows into a pan. This pan is with the melted marshmallows in it is not even hot enough for me to really need a glove or any type of pot holder. Okay. Oh, timer's up on the brownies again. Man, that was a quick 3 minutes. Okay, let's, it says using a spatula, some type of like special equipment, not special equipment, using a greased spatula. So let's real quick grease the back of this spatula with my butter. Oh yeah, that works really well. Look at that. Let's press this down. Shit, I forgot to put the Lucky Charms marshmallows in here. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. We don't need that. That's extra. That's being too extra. All right, I pressed it down, but I don't want to press it too much. And there we go. There's our Rice Krispies treats. Look, they're ready. Yay. Oh wait, they're not quite ready. Hold on. I have more. There's some more on the spoon. Okay, well, that'll just sit there in the middle and be fine. Whatever. That looks like, now it looks like crap, but it's okay. All right, cool. Well, good. We did it. This camera, is this camera frozen? No, it's not frozen. I thought it was frozen, but it's just not zoomed in anymore. It was zoomed in. Okay, let's center. Center that in the frame, and then we're going to zoom that one in. There we go. Okay, come on back over to this view. Oh wait, hold on. That's not the view I wanted. This is the view I wanted. There we go. I know, Velos, right? Well, the thing is that I said that I was going to do that. So now I'm like, oh no, I didn't do it. But like, it'll be fine. Oh no, don't let the heat out, you fool. What are you doing? Okay. Okay. Good. Well, 1 brownies. 2 things are finished. 2 of our treats are finished and are nearly ready. Not nearly ready. They are ready. And as I said, I figured the brownies would be finished before I was even finished with the popcorn, and I was right. Because I know that that's how it works. This popcorn takes bugging forever. All right, I'm gonna put my my pot that had the marshmallows in it in the sink to soak, because that is which of these is hot? This one's hot. Okay, I'm like, one of these 2 is gonna burn me if I touch it, and the other one will not. It's like a choose your own adventure. But I'm putting things on the counter over here on some wire racks just to get them off to the side. So bear with me for just a moment here as I do that. Okay. The brownies I'm going to take out of the pan eventually anyway, so I'm not like trying to do anything fancy with those in this moment. Oh God. Bellows, that's funny. I hope it heals over okay. I mean, in a way that's not like super obviously like that doesn't scar or remain. Doctor, I have a Rice Krispie deficiency. You know, I made these a couple months ago, like 2 months ago, and I've been thinking about them since. Like, definitely been thinking about them. And as I was pressing those Rice Krispies into the pan, I was thinking about how last time I pressed them down really hard and they got really dense, and I didn't like that. So hopefully I remembered with enough time to have not done that for this batch. And if I did, you know what? Bug it, it's okay, because they still taste just about the same. Not exactly, but they do kind of taste similar. Okay. I'm filling things in the sink so that they soak before things like solidify on them. My marshmallow bowl, my chocolate bowl for the brownie mix. All right, so this is almost finished. We're just about finished with the popcorn here. So I said that we were going to start out with the 2 things that were most difficult, and we didn't. I lied. I in fact started out with the easier of the snacks. So the brownies and the Rice Krispie treats are finished. The caramel corn, once the popcorn's done, the caramel corn is super easy and only takes a few like 30 minutes in the oven, but not a lot. It's not a lot of like active time, although you do have to stir it. So there is that. But we're just kind of getting the last bit of popcorn in here. I'm going to measure out what I'm going to do now while this batch is cooking is measure out how much popcorn I have right now. Like I said, I need 6 quarts of popcorn. So I need to fill this bowl. This is a 2 quart bowl. So I need to fill this three times. 3 times. What we're gonna do here is I'm going to basically, 1, 2, 3. I can fit 3 quarts into that bowl. So I'm going to take 3 quarts, literal quarts, otherwise to measure this. And what I'm going to do is sort of gently fill these quarts from the top. And this is sort of a rough measure, right? I mean, it's not that rough. I mean, this is a quart container. But what I mean is this is not like by weight. I actually have the weight written down here. 3 quarts is 110 grams. So of popped popcorn. So there's 2. What I'm trying to make sure is that I don't get any leftover kernels in here. So there's my first of 3 quarts. So this will definitely be the last batch that's popping on the stove right now, because I'm looking at what I have in here, and this is plenty. Do I have, yeah, I'm just going to use these. I'm just going to continue to use these quart containers. That's fine. 1. Roughly 1. Now this is the part where it gets kind of tricky, because I know that I have like loose stuff in here. Loose kernels. So I want to get all the good stuff out without getting kernels in it. So I'm just kind of, as I said, with better quality popcorn, this wouldn't be as notable a problem. But this popcorn pops up into really small puffs, and it leaves a lot of leftovers. So that last pot that's on the stove is going to be my last quart, roughly my last quart. So let's get that dumped out. And we're finished with the stove. I turned that off. This lid is raging hot at this point, so let's do this. Just gonna dump this. No, see, even as I'm dumping it out, there's kernels. So I'm just gonna wipe this pot out and put it back on the stove, because we're gonna use that pot for the caramel. That is a good caramel pot. It's got a thick, solid bottom to it that holds heat really well, so you don't have to have it as hot on the stove in order to keep the same temperature. So it keeps a more consistent temperature is what I want to say. Okay, so that is roughly 6 quarts of popcorn. And once this is all done and cooled down, so once the caramel corn has to bake for a little bit at 300, turn the oven down. 300. Okay. There's my 6 quarts of popcorn. Let's dump this into just a separate bowl here for right now. I'm probably going to end up with tossing this, because it's just plain popcorn, which I don't, plain unseasoned popcorn. Maybe Calvin might want some of that with like some butter or something at the end of the school day. Who knows? Let's put this popcorn away, though. We're finished with the stove. Or we're finished with the popcorn aspect. Now, we're going to mix all of the caramel and the popcorn in this bowl. So I'm just going to dump these, now that I'm ready to go, I'm going to dump my 6 quarts of popcorn right back in here. And this bowl is just big enough to mix all of this. So this is a good size. Oven is heated, it's at 300. I am going to get a sheet pan out. So all of this is going to go on a sheet pan to bake. Before I do that, I'm going to put my silicone mat on here. And I want to do something before I even put this down on here. I want to see how much. Yeah, I'm going to use both of these baking sheets because this is, yeah, that's a fair amount. Like, you don't want it to be too thick on your sheet pan for this recipe. Like, a single layer is great. You know, a kind of 2-layer, just a little bit more than a single layer, or like some overlap is fine. But that's a lot of popcorn to be going on to one sheet pan. So we're going to double this and just put this across 2 sheet pans. Which is why I was testing it first, because once it's been cooked and mixed in this bowl, it starts to dry really quickly or cool down really quickly. So it's sort of like you have to have the sheet pans ready to go right away. Okay, so this is ready. This is the dishwasher. Fudge darling, welcome in. I'm doing great. I hope you are doing well as well. We are mid snack prep. That's what we're doing today. So we have a couple things going on, and I should note, if you're watching on YouTube, please like and subscribe. Please like the channel; it helps people find the live stream. If you are watching and enjoying what you're seeing, please subscribe, and you'll get it'll show up in your feed, and you'll come back more often, which is great. And if you're watching on Twitch, there's a link to YouTube in chat. Please go subscribe on YouTube. It helps me. And it's free. It's also free. There's a really important aspect of that, which is that it is literally free to do. Okay, let's make this caramel corn now, though. We have made our popcorn ready to go. We have our oven ready to go. Our sheet pans are ready to receive the caramel corn. So we want to melt the butter in this saucepan. Let me measure out my sugar first. Sugar and corn syrup, because once the butter is melted, like, you just want to be able to dump things in. That's the goal. So again, we're doubling this recipe, so I need 4 cups. No, sorry, 2 cups of brown sugar. I was like, wait, that can't be right. So we need 410 grams of brown sugar. Right? 430 grams of brown sugar. So I just have, like most of my recipes, I just have it listed by weight, but I do actually have a cup measure for this one. So there's that. Okay, brown sugar is good. We'll put this away. We're using actual corn syrup today, which I don't usually do when I'm making this recipe. I usually use honey, but corn syrup obviously works just as well. I need a half a cup of corn syrup. Does this give me by weight? It does not. This is dense. So this is a situation where you really do want to use a measure, like a cup measure. And I'm going to spray the inside of this cup with a little bit of olive oil. Not olive oil. A little bit of cooking spray, because that way it'll come out of the pan a little bit easier. So I'm going to do that next. This is easy to sort of measure out. Salt. I need a whole teaspoon of salt. I'm going to use kosher salt for this. I don't know if there's a difference between using kosher or something else. I don't think it really matters. It doesn't. The recipe doesn't say, but I pretty much use kosher salt for everything. It's one of those things where when I write recipes and I'm sending them out for publication, they always want you to tell what kind of salt you're using, and I always forget to note what kind of salt I'm using, because I'm just always using kosher salt. I don't know. It's one of those things. Okay. I just bumped the sound of the music up a little bit because I thought it was really low, and then I realized it was at the end of a track. So sorry if it got, I don't know, whatever, louder or audible at all. I don't know if you could hear it at all anyway. So a teaspoon of vanilla. I'm going to add a teaspoon of vanilla. This is not real vanilla extract. It's fake imitation vanilla extract. Yes, just one. Just one this time. That is accurate. And then a half a teaspoon of baking soda. So this is a fun recipe where you add the baking soda and the vanilla, and it sputters and kind of gets a little bit active, which is neat to see. Well, I'll make sure to say that that's happening when it does happen. Liz, welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's not confuse the salt and the baking soda though, because that would be off-putting. And we will put the baking soda back. All right, let's come on over to the stove here. I'm gonna move this camera. We're gonna move this camera. And it's still zoomed in quite a bit, I believe. Yes, it is. And there we go. Okay. So we melt the butter. How much butter? 2 cups of butter. This much butter. Melt the butter. A half a cup of butter per recipe. A half a cup is 1 stick. So let's come on over to the stove. And hold on, let's zoom. Not zoom. We're going to move out just a little bit here. Half a cup of butter. My pan is warm. My stove is warm. Everything's warm here. I just used this pan to pop 6 quarts of popcorn. So it's nice and hot. Heat's not even on, but we're starting to melt already. We turn the heat on here. And this butter has been sitting out on the counter for a while, since the beginning of stream. So it is soft. It is quite soft. Where's my towel? Always looking for my fucking towel. Can't ever find my towel. There it is. Okay, got it. We're melting that. Then we're adding the sugar, the corn syrup, and the salt. And we are just stirring that in. And then we were boiling it for 5 minutes without stirring. So it's a very weird because you are literally boiling it, and it feels very weird for me not to stir things in the kitchen. I have this thing where I tend to over stir. Most things. It's difficult for me to let things sit. So this is one of those things where You really do need to like let it sit. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. Happy Friday, Junior, aka Thursday. We're making snacks today. Today is a snack day. We've already finished 2 of our snacks. We've finished making the brownies and we've finished making the Rice Krispie treats. Why did the lights behind the stove just flicker on and off? Okay, so to this dish, we are adding the sugar and the corn syrup. So I'm going to add the corn syrup in first because that is a liquid. So I'm coming over to my counter here for a second. I'm going to spray the inside of my measuring cup with a little bit of cooking oil. God, this syrup is like uncooperatively thick. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna, you know what? We're gonna abandon this old one. Here's what we're gonna do. Does corn syrup ever go bad? Interesting. I don't know. We're basically we're sort of letting the brown butter brown for a second here. So, all right. Corn syrup. Let me confirm. Hold on. Quarter cup, a half a cup of syrup. This is a half a cup measure. Okay, good. So I'm adding the corn syrup in. There's that. I'm adding the sugar in. I'm going to stir that together. Right? We're stirring this, just stirring it together. And then it says to let it boil for 5 minutes, which is so fucking weird. Oh, wait, I add the salt here too. Add the sugar, Caro, and salt. Yes, the salt is the important part. Right. Okay, let's mix that in. No honey, no Lucky Charms. I know, we just messed up today. We've messed up. Okay, so this is just going to, we bring this to a boil. Bring this to a boil and then we let it boil. So I just put my whisk in the sink, in water in the sink. It's done. It's like I'd have to get something else to stir this if I wanted to. Okay, but this looks like it's boiling, right? So setting a timer, 5 minutes, and start. Okay, that looks good. We're gonna let that one go. But Charlie, if you want to use the counter, it's WOOD. Although actually, hold on. I should add that spelling to the counter too, because that is a fair spelling. I'm gonna do that. Actions, commands, counters, water. Let's see. Hold on. What was that? Brella says that the brownie's still in the oven. They're not. They're not. I did manage to get them out. Okay, if you spell it the way you just spelled it, it will work. And that's what we do anytime we have like new, fresh spellings of something that is part of the counters. It will. I like to just update it so that we have an accurate way of referring to the thing. Okay. I mean, not accurate way of referring to the thing, but a an intuitive way. So does this have to be at a certain temperature? I guess that's my, not temperature, a certain, boiling it, I'm like, do I boil it how at a low temp? Is it like a light boil, a high boil? I always forget. I feel like there needs to be a temperature associated with this. And I'm sure there is. Because you're basically making candy. I stacked up the corn syrups, by the way. This is like diner style ketchup, like the ketchup move in the diner. Uh so that it just I can consolidate these bottles. It should have a temp. It should have a temp. I got this. This recipe came from my mom. Um, I believe that it came from some cookbook somewhere. I don't know when or where or like what era this might have come from. I'm guessing that it probably came from a cookbook that was published in the 30s or 40s or maybe the 50s, back when corn syrup was like getting hype. Um, but I don't know. And it's been adjusted a bunch over the years. I um it's the same recipe. This is the same recipe that my mom still makes for like holiday stuff, like treats. She makes a couple things over the holidays that I like. When I say holidays, I mean like the like Christmas, like fall, the winter, the December holiday. She makes caramel corn, um, creme de menthe brownies, like brownies with a layer of um, a small like green layer on top that uses like a creme de menthe. It's like a creme de menthe frosting with a chocolate shell type of thing on top, and sugar cookies. I've made the sugar cookies on stream before. I've made the caramel corn on stream before and also today. I've never made the creme de menthe brownies. I've asked her for the recipe and she's like, I don't know where it is. I don't have it. And I'm like, but you literally make them every year. When you make them, how do you make them? And she's like, well, I use the recipe. And I was like, where's the recipe? And she's like, I don't know. It's somewhere. So I think it's somewhere with her holiday decorations. So I need to ask her like at Christmas time. Something else she makes too. Oh, snickerdoodles. She makes snickerdoodles and sugar cookies. I've made the sugar cookies on stream before. They're the ones that are like super thin that I have to roll out on a sheet pan over top of an ice pack so that they stay like really perfectly cold. All right, this looks great. We got 15 seconds left on these. 15 seconds left on these. We're going to stir in the vanilla and the baking soda. We're going to combine it with the corn and then we're going to put it on these trays. So next steps here are going to go real quick. Okay, that's 5 minutes. We're taking this off the heat. We're going to come on over here to the overhead camera. So watch quick as this happens because it's going to happen. It's going to happen. All right. This is a caramel. We're adding the vanilla. And we're adding the baking soda. Ready for this reaction? Plop, 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 plop. We're stirring. We're stirring. This is nice. It's combined. Looks good. Let's put this in to the popcorn. Cyber, welcome in. Hello. Hello, hello. I'm just going to pop the spoon right on the tray here. And we're going to kind of stir this in as I pour. Because I want to stir it. We're going to stir it a little bit more, but it gets cold quick. Liz, I see your question. I'm actually trying to think of anything that my dad might make. I remember when I was a kid, he made pizzelles, um, the really thin sort of European or Italian cookie that you need a press for. I remember him making those when I was a kid. I don't think he makes anything. When I say makes, what I mean is my mom will make like 20 batches of cookies to give out to people. It's not like a single thing that she makes for like a meal or like special occasion like that. It's like during the holidays, she does like project based baking and we'll spend like 2 or 3 weekends in a row like making a bunch, making all of those things in different, for different events and different things, people, she hands them out. So I don't know that my dad does anything specifically like that. I do remember at the holidays when I was younger that he used to make pizzelles. I don't know that he's done that in any recent years, but it is, if I was going to say anything, it would be that. Okay, so let's get this out onto these two sheet pans, and you can see this caramel here is already quite solid. All right. Cyber, I see your note and I want to celebrate that in just a second. But we're spreading this out over 2 sheet pans. These are my cookie pans. So these are the full-size big sheet pans. And this actually incorporated really well. There's not a lot of caramel left in the bowl. And I don't see, so the bowl looks pretty good. I don't see any popcorn kernels either, which is kind of amazing. So this is definitely a good batch. Definitely a good tasty batch here. So I'm spreading all of this out in as single layer as possible. And we're going to pop this in the oven for about 30 minutes. You stir it basically every 8 minutes though. Stir it 3 times during the cook. Cook for 30 minutes, stir it 3 times. So this is our, wait, wrong one. This is our caramel corn. Looking real good. We're gonna put this in the oven. Like I said, let's do a 30-minute total timer and then an 8-minute timer. That's 80. That's too much. It's 80 seconds. That's not enough. Okay. So put this in the oven. So you don't want to burn it, but what we're doing is just melting the caramel. Okay, timers are started. Oven is at 300. Let's put this in the sink. Let's put this in this, and I'm going to put some hot water in this bowl and this pot so that it begins to soak. And then I'm going to come back and recap and recalibrate for what we're doing on the stream. Okay. And I think in just a few moments, we are going to take a quick break. Between the first stirring and the second stirring of the popcorn, we're going to take a quick break to triage the sink. It's very full. There's a lot of large dishes in it. So we're gonna do some of the dishes in the sink and load the dishwasher a little bit too. So just like a heads up on where we are. Okay. Again, I said I'm sort of filling these. I've got a bunch of stuff that's in the sink, sort of soaking already, and I'm just I'm adding to the pile of dishes that are over here soaking, because all of this is like it had chocolate on it, it had marshmallow on it. There's a lot of like sticky stuff going on over here today, so we need to keep everything tight and consolidated. Okay. Liz says, is all of this for Calvin's school? It's not. We have kids coming over to the house tomorrow for tomorrow's a half day in school. So we're gonna host I told basically last Friday was a half day. And I was like, hey, Calvin ended up inviting a bunch of people over to the house. On the way home from school, he texted me and he was like, hey, can my one friend come over? And I was like, sure. Like, we'll sequester the sick people upstairs. Let me open all the windows and turn the fans on and whatever. And so I was like, hey, you have these friends and, y'all wanted to come over. You're like, oh, you're all playing Mario Kart over at the house here. Why don't you invite your friends over to have a tournament the next time we have a half day? And he was like, that sounds fun. I'll do that. So we looked at the calendar and the next half day happened to be this week. So I figured I would make some snacks for them, and I'm not going to, let me be like super clear that I am not putting all of this food out for them. I'm going to put out a tray. I'm going to make tomorrow afternoon before they get here. I'm going to make like a snack tray, right? Like just a tray, like one tray with some brownies, some Rice Krispies treats, a big bowl of puppy chow, a big bowl of caramel corn. I'm going to put out like a big thing of fruit. And then the rest of it is just kind of for the house to have over the next like week or 2 weeks. Cause none of this really goes bad either. It's all like snacks that you can just have around. So part of it is self-serving and I want to have some like snacks around the house. The other part is just like, we're having some kids over and I didn't want to just buy like a big bag of chips and like whatever. I wanted to make it nice because of a lot of reasons. Primarily because I want this to be a house where he feels good inviting his friends over and that his friends enjoy coming over. And I think part of that is like, hey, Calvin's dad feeds us all the good shit. When we go over to Calvin's house, they have like nice, but they have like, they have like poppies and snacks. Like, I think that that's sort of like my goal is I want this to be the place where he enjoys having his friends come over. Two, and this is a little bit like of my own history, like he's an only child and he doesn't have a lot of siblings over the house. So I want to make like, I want him to feel comfortable inviting kids over. And I want him to feel like if he I want him to feel like that this is like a place that he can have multiple different people and like invite people over. So like when his friends were over, I also like try not to be weird and in the way. So there's that. But yeah, has he started to do sleepovers yet? No, he is not. Some of his friends have. He hasn't asked about it. He hasn't like mentioned it. So no, but I would certainly be like, that would certainly be okay if he wanted to do that. It would be fine. No streaming when he has friends over. No, although I will say that I have been streaming while he has friends in the house before. One of his friends, his a pretty close friend that he's had for a long time, um, has been here while I've been live. And, I told that kid, like, you're not, like, basically you can't go past here in the kitchen. Like, I'm live, you can't come on stream. You can sit here and talk or whatever, y'all can hang out, but like you can't come on stream. And I would not be live if there was more than like one child in the house. And if it was a different child that wasn't that one, I might also just be wary about it. So I feel like it's no, I would not be live with kids in the house. It wouldn't happen. That would be odd. Not that it would be odd for me to be streaming, but I just would feel weird about like if they came on camera by accident and like their parents got upset or something like that. So I would just be very conscious of it. Calvin, I don't care. He's my kid. He can be whatever. He's my responsibility. Mike, your first sleeper was 13 to 14. Okay, I don't even remember when mine was. I started going on camping trips when I was in fifth grade, so I guess that counts. Um, Oh my God. Yeah, Liz, that's super fun. Like that's what having kids over, like I want him to be able to invite his friends over and feel comfortable doing that. And I've told him many times, like, if you want to invite kids over, like ask me first, but like unless there's a really good reason not to have them come over, I'm gonna say yes. Like it's fine. Um, I want him to be able to have his own sort of like rich social life. So there's that. It's motivating. So I'm like, last week we did all of last week he had a bunch of people over and they ended up playing Mario Kart. So I was like, why don't you actually invite them over this time? Like invite them over for this purpose, and we'll like have actual snacks. Like I didn't have anything for them last week. They were drinking like lukewarm poppies out of the cooler that was supposed to come camping with us, and like the house wasn't clean. The living room was a mess. Like it wasn't a thing. So I'm sort of like, all right, can we get a redo on last week? Is my sort of motivation here. So we're putting all the popcorn out on the tray. So I'm stirring and just putting back in. The goal with what I'm doing now is to basically get the caramel, like the candy aspect of the caramel, like baked off, baked a little bit more. But also it's to get like full coverage of the popcorn. When you stir it in the bowl like that, it doesn't really get into all of the nooks and crannies. And when you stir it, it gets much more coated. So that's part of the consideration here. It candies a little bit more. It thickens a little bit more, and it also gets in all of the cracks. So this is good. Now it's not a baked, we're not baking this. I'm not like I'm not like rotating the trays, spinning them and all of that. So yeah, Liz, that's kind of my point. I just want it to be like not the fun house, but I want it to be a place where it's not weird if his friends come over and like they feel comfortable being here. I wouldn't mind if he had a sleepover. When he has friends over, it's like he's super self-contained. We don't like, nothing. He's not bothering me. Not bothering me. Not that he's bothering me ever, really. But like, he's not. Fuck, guys, welcome in. What an opener. Um, he's not like he doesn't require anything from me during that time. So that's a nice thing. Was it that loud? It seemed like it was pretty loud. Oh, I know why it was that loud. It was because Chrome is up higher because I was trying to play music through Chrome yesterday. Anyway, that's why. Okay. Hold on. I said something earlier that I then didn't do. Cyborg K Chop has checked in, and that was our 9,000th check-in. We hit our 9,000th check-in today. That's super cool. That is super cool. There's no specific prize for being the 9,000th, but I wanted to go back and be like, hey, we just hit 9,000 check-ins, which is amazing. 9,000 check-ins in under 3 years. That's more than 3,000 check-ins a year, which is a lot. Okay, we're gonna take a real quick break. We're gonna play a game of words on stream. If you are on Twitch, you can put your words in the chat and they will show up. If you are not on Twitch and you're watching on YouTube, I apologize that we are not able to do both at the same time. Okay, but okay, is this even going to work? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, sorry, I just had to refresh the window. If you're on Twitch, we're going to run a 3-minute ad during this time. If you are on YouTube, you will not get an ad. If you're on Twitch and you don't want to hear the ad, guess what? You can go subscribe on YouTube. There's a link to that in chat. Otherwise, we'll be back in just a moment here. Here is the window with words and stream in it. Yes. Oh my God. Look at how awful that camera looks. The white balance is way off. That's a big soapy sink that we're looking at, by the way. That's what we're seeing. There we go. That's kind of more what things look like. All right. Let's refresh the words on screen, and maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. It probably won't now that I want it to. It looks like that for me too. So, profit. Oh wait, we have to log in. Here we go. Okay, well, there it is. All right, cool. Words on Stream is live. We're going to play a game or few here, and I am going to take care of some of these dishes in the sink. Here's a 3-minute ad on Twitch, and we'll be right back.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
All right. If you can hear me, thank you for being a subscriber. I appreciate you. The fact that you can hear me right now indicates that you're not getting an ad, which means that you're a subscriber, which is super cool. I forgot to mention the whole first time chat thing during the words, but we'll mention that at the end after the words on stream, or after the ad ends. Trying to do this thing, not really new. Not really new. Oh shit, we got a raid. Hello. Mary's Milk Monsters, welcome in. Hello. Great timing. I just hit start on an ad. We don't usually run ads, so we're doing a game of words on stream. I'm gonna say hi. For anybody who's not a Twitch Turbo subscriber, you probably landed directly into an ad, so I'm sorry. We'll be back here in just a moment. There is an ad playing, and I'm doing some dishes. So, just give me a moment here. I see you. Hello. Hello. And I see y'all in chat, so we're going to come back from our game and say hi momentarily, but we're mid dish. Mid dish. Oh shoot! Hold on. The game ended. I didn't realize. Oh my God! I'm having a terrible time managing today. aren't we? We have one more game to go. So I'm like, I'm like, whoa, nobody's playing. And then I realized that the game had actually stopped. My bad. My bad. Literally my bad. That is my error. Is the ad break over yet? Almost finished, it says. Okay. We have about 10 seconds. So whether or not, for those of y'all who are hanging out from this channel, just FYI, whether or not we win this game, I'm going to come back and say hi because we got a raid. Hello, friends who joined us. Thank you for your patience. I think y'all raided through right as I was, like the very, very literal moment that I started doing an ad break. So we do those occasionally on stream. Not very frequently. I'm not coming back, so don't worry. We're just changing which view you can see. Hello, hello, hello. But the ad break is over, and we're going to come back here once we're finished with this Words on Stream game. And then if we clear this board, we are going to play another one. But I do want to say hi because we have we had a raid come through, so I want to actually like say hello. But welcome in friends who did just join us. If you said hi in chat, I'm gonna scroll up and actually say hi to anybody who said hi. Mary, hello. Tomato pluckers, I love your name. Tomatoes are one of my favorite things. I have a tattoo of them on my body. Big boy draws, welcome in. Hello, nice to have you. Goats and gardens, welcome in. Hello. Carol on YouTube, welcome in. Hello. Healthy snacks. I wouldn't go with healthy. They're healthy. They're good for our emotional landscape, I think is what I would say about these. Okay, ads are over. We're gonna exit out of our Words on Stream game, and we're gonna come back over here. And my timer is going off, so I need to get something out of the oven because we're doing a bit of baking today. Hello, friends. Let me get this caramel corn out of the oven and stir it as I am saying hello and introducing myself. But at first, I should say, friends who were hanging out here, Mary's Milk Monsters is one of those types of streams that if you like cute animals and sort of IRL hanging out, you will definitely like their stream. It is quite literally there are animals involved, farm animals, in fact. Mary does a sort of IRL farm. I don't want to say homesteading is not the right word. Situation type of stream. So anything that's non-gaming is always very, very interesting to me, and I appreciate y'all coming through and bringing your friends. I should note first and foremost that follows are silent. So if you are the type of person who just enjoys lurking, I want to tell you two things. If you hit the follow button, nothing will happen. There's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no messages in chat. Like, I'm not going to say hi to you, nothing's going to happen. You're just going to follow, and that's that. We're a very lurker-friendly channel here, and when chat is slow or folks are just feeling like they need to do other things, I generally will just describe what's going on stream and, fill the silence. So here is some caramel corn. I just got this out of the oven. We have one more, hot. We have one more round to go of putting this in. So I'm gonna put this back in the oven and then I'm gonna introduce myself, okay? That's what we're doing. Gwen, are you feeding the cat now? Or are you just down here for Daisy? Oh, okay. That's fine. I was just curious. I didn't want to make promises I couldn't keep. Okay. So if you hang out for a little while today, you're going to see like a 3-week-old kitten who's been hanging out with us for a little while. A foster cat. Okay, sorry. Friends who joined us, it's nice to have you. My name's Lou. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I do recipe testing for as well. I'm a parent. My pronouns are he, they, and I'm glad that you all are here. We do mainly a cooking stream. Occasionally we do some IRL stuff, but it's like 85, 90% cooking in my home kitchen here. The stream itself is generally all about cooking and conversation. We're very chatty. The vibe is basically like I'm making food for my family and you're hanging out at the counter and we're just chit chatting. So that's kind of how it goes. Mostly what we're doing on stream is vegetable forward family meals. I do meal prep. I also do a little bit of baking. We do snacks. I do prepping for trips, camping trips, like outdoor campfire type cooking. We have a very chatty community, but it's also very lurker friendly. So if you are a type of person who enjoys lurking, please feel free to hit the follow button and know that there is no alerts, no sounds, and nothing is going to pop up when you do that. So couple other notes. If you are elsewhere on the internet and you want to like follow along, you're one of those people who enjoys social media, there's a bunch of different links to social medias in the chat. And there's one specifically for YouTube. So if you're a YouTube fan, friend, whatever, please go follow on YouTube. I would appreciate it. And that's that. That's what we're doing. So today we're making a bunch of different snacks. I mentioned vegetable forward family meals. Liz is trying to call me out for no visible vegetables, but like, here's a can of lentils. We're going to use these later. Not for snacks. We are making snacks today. I have some fifth graders, friends of my son's, coming over to the house tomorrow. We're going to be feeding them a bunch of different things. We made, what did we make so far today? We made brownies with marshmallows on top. They look like that. We made Rice Krispie treats with nothing else in them. They look like that. In the oven right now, I have 2 big trays of caramel corn, and we're also going to make puppy chow, which I've never made before, which is basically Chex cereal with chocolate and a nut butter of some variety on it. It was suggested in chat on Tuesday, and we're just going to make it today. I'm also going to cut up this pineapple to have the semblance of some sort of healthy snack. We're going to do pineapple and strawberries and grapes tomorrow, just like a big bowl with some fruit in it that you can sort of like pick at. And that's that. And then this, if we have enough time on the stream, we're going to do a test for our recipe that we're working on, which is a lentil tomato salad that has some herbs in it. I made it yesterday on stream, and I finished writing the recipe today, and we're going to test it. So that's what we're doing today. Mary, that is amazing. S'mores scented soaps sounds fantastic. I feel like that's a very kid-coded thing that you would get kids to like wash their hands more often, unless they decide that they want to eat it. I don't know, but that sounds really cool. I've only I love a homemade soap. I made soap once, not on stream. It was with an old job that I had. We had a client that was a soap maker, and we went to their place to make handmade soaps one time, and it was really fun. It was one of those things that I was like, oh, you know, you could make this an entire personality. Which I kind of love. But thank you for bringing friends through. I appreciate it. Liz, I think I need a raid trailer too. That would be great. I actually wanted to, what was one of the things that I was intending on working on with the video editor was to make something of a like channel trailer that could just live on both Twitch and YouTube while I'm not online, you know? But I do think a raid trailer would be fun. Do y'all like those? Do y'all like when you go into a new stream and they play a raid trailer? You know what? Can I be real honest with you? I'm gonna be real honest. I find them annoying. I find them annoying. Okay. Scott from Canada. Hello. Scott, we love, oh, Scott. We love a Canadian. We love a Canadian. We have lots of Canadian paraphernalia around here. Will you adopt me, please? I live in the United States. Anyway, hello. um, I do love Canada. I go there as frequently as possible. Mainly Toronto. Anyway, Carol on YouTube says homemade snacks always the healthier choice, better than the market full of sugar. Right. I mean, I'm making the homemade snacks. They are homemade with a lot of sugar, but like, you know, I guess that's okay. It's like the middle ground, right? Only if you can buy us a house. A house in this economy? Not in Toronto. I'm not like a millionaire. No. I'm sorry. Okay, well, fair. Enjoy your country. I do. Um this endless scent combos. I know. I think that homemade soaps are great. I love a I love a homemade soap. I like buying the soaps at like the farmers market, or like little boutiques. Anytime I go to like some little boutique, like a homemade soap is always the thing that I'm gonna buy because I'm gonna like use it. Do y'all have like do y'all use homemade soaps? If someone like gifts you nice soap, do you use it or do you like leave it and be like, oh, that's the nice soap, I can't use it? I use it. I unwrap that shit and put it right in the shower. I don't care. I'm like, nah, we're using the good stuff. Just like the like not tea towels, just like the dish towels. I finally started using like the good dish towels. Life is better, honestly. Um, what annoys me about raid trailers? Usually they're very long. Um, there are some streamers that, um, okay, so what annoys me about raid trailers is that sometimes when people get raided like 4 times in a row in the span of like 10 minutes or whatever, they'll play the trailer again. And I know this is such a stupid, cynical thing because like if you get rated a bunch in a row, it's like kind of cool, right? And people like that and like new people coming in. Um, but it annoys me when you have to watch it over and over and over. And it's also long. Like there's the length and then there's the like, yes, it's not that person's fault. You're right, it's not that person's fault. They're like mini raves. Um, I try to use any gifts. Yeah, I do too. I love like homemade stuff and I'm at the point in life where I'll use it and not hoard it anymore. Because like that's the joyful thing. And the other thing is like if someone gives you something and you like actually use it, you get to tell them that you actually use it, which is super nice, right? Um, Hold on, I'm just gonna put that on the floor. All right, we have our caramel corn. You have to stir it like every 8 minutes or so. So that's like I'm getting it out again. I'm also getting both pans out. So this is the first, second, third time that I'm stirring this. So this will be the last time. I'm gonna put it in for about 5 or so more minutes at the end of this, and then I'm finished. Or then I'm not finished. Then this caramel corn will be finished. Not me, not stream. No, heavens no. Heavens no. But the caramel corn will be finished, and that will be 3 of our 4 snacks that we're making on stream today will be completed, which is super cool. It is. I'm still gonna have to like cut them up and package them up and like process them because all of them are just sitting over there on the just off camera, just sitting in the pan that they were cooked or shaped in. So this is looking pretty good here. We're just about finished. I don't want to burn this, and we're almost done. So I'm going to put this back in, but I'm not going to put it in for 8 minutes. We're going to put it in for like 6. And then this will be the end of the caramel corn. We'll be able to move on to the next. I actually don't think that the next thing I'm making gets baked, so we can probably just move along and start that. Oh God. Oh, that's so good. Oh, start my timer. Timer started. We did it. We remembered to start the timer. We were talking about channel trailers. I remember that, yeah. To my point about it happening frequently, like it's not getting a raid is not the fault of the streamer. That is true. And it's if you were like, hey, you're gonna get raided 4 times in 10 minutes, you would probably wait to play the trailer, right? Like you would wait until after the second one and then after the fourth one, right? But you don't know. So that is the other side of that is you don't know what the raid situation is coming up. You can't ever tell. Unless you have folks that come into chat and they're like, I'm sending this streamer your way to raid your stream coming up, which happens occasionally here with 1 or 2 specific people and 1 specific streamer. Anyway, let's get our... I need to put some stuff on the counter away. We have a lot of stuff that's out on the counter and it's starting to creep in. There's creep. Things have crept in. So I'm going to put some things away that do not need to be out. Currently do not need to be out. We have our puppy chow though. Puppy chow is a thing that I've never made before, so I'm a little bit like not apprehensive about it. I'm just like, if you've made it before and have any like specific really good tips, hey, don't do that. You know, maybe let me know. But otherwise, I found a recipe that I think is a good recipe for this on Simply Recipes. Which when I'm looking for something to do for the first time, I almost always will try to look for that recipe on Simply Recipes first, because I know that they really do try to make things as concise and straightforward as possible. And I appreciate that very much when I'm trying to do something for the first time. So let's move a couple things. I need to move I'm going to move these brownies and Krispies treats off of the counter completely. And now I have enough space over here for my sheet pans when they come out of the oven. Okay. Ready to go. I don't need this anymore. No, I'm going to stir this one more time. When they come out, I'm going to stir it to get any sort of like stuff off the sheet pan. And then we'll be good to go. The caramel corn needs to cool down completely before I can do anything at all with it. The brownies are ready. The Rice Krispies treats are ready. So when those are finished, I should be able to package those. I know from reading the recipe that this puppy chow situation needs to cool for a little while before it's like ready to go. I did not print this recipe, so this is one where we need to read it first and then make it. So let's read this one first in its entirety. This is for pink puppy chow, which I am looking at as I'm looking at the recipe. It really only is adding freeze-dried strawberries to it. Everything else is sort of the same. So we're just kind of going with the recipe. And I know that I need sunflower seed butter for this, or I need some sort of seed butter. And I need about a half cup of that. So I'm just going to get these. I have all of these added, all of these sunflower butters in the fridge. This one is a little dry, so I need to like stir this one. It's a little bit separated. This is the oldest of them. I'll probably put this in the microwave for like 30 seconds and it would be fine. But I actually need to microwave it in order to make this, I believe. So, Velos, yeah, it does not call for fresh strawberries. It calls for freeze-dried strawberries that you put in a blender and powderize, which gives it the pink color. But like, I don't think you actually need to do that. I think that you're fine without that. So I have opted not to do that for the primary reason of the grocery store did not have freeze-dried strawberries to buy. So I did not. And that is fine because it still will be using powdered sugar. I've never made this before though. It's, as I understand it, it is just Chex Mix with chocolate. Oh no! I touched my bag of powdered sugar with the edge of my sheet pan and it melted it, and now the powdered sugar bag is like open on the side. Fuck. That was not what I wanted to do. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay. So I'm just kind of scraping. What I'm doing here is any of the caramel that's still kind of on the bottom of the pan. I'm just kind of scraping that up a little bit. I did this caramel corn on my silicone mats, so it's sliding around really easily. It's pretty slick right now, so it shouldn't be sticking too much. And that's fine about the powdered sugar. As long as there's no melted plastic on the caramel corn, I think we're good. And there's not. It definitely just touched the side a little bit, and that's okay. So I'm just going to keep this on the pan. Everything is nicely melted. Do I need my oven on anymore? I don't. Let me turn my oven off. I have to remember to turn my oven off. Let's do that next before anything else, because then it will not be as warm in my kitchen. Does that count as a burn? No, probably not. I mean, maybe. It counts as a burn, but it's not like a burn I've inflicted on myself. All right, well, this is looking really good. I've stirred it enough, and it was in enough of a single layer that it's actually not clumping at the moment, which is amazing. It usually clumps a ton, and you have to break it all apart before you can package it. So this has turned out as well as I could have hoped. Okay. Oven. Turn the oven off. Okay. We did it. Rice Krispies treats are finished. Caramel corn is finished. Brownies are finished. Puppy Chow. What does it say about Puppy Chow in here? I don't care. Muddy Buddies. That's the other one. Okay. That's what we'll call them. I like calling them Muddy Buddies, actually. That's better. Puppy Chow just sounds odd to me. It doesn't quite roll off the tongue the way I want it to. But let's read this recipe. Place the strawberries in a high-speed blender. No. Process until the berries are broken down and have a consistency similar to powdered sugar. No. Transfer the berry powder to a large zip top bag. Add the powdered sugar. Seal tightly, shake to blend. Okay, so we put the powdered sugar in a plastic bag. In a large microwave-safe bowl, combine the chocolate chips, microwave on high, stir the contents, return, repeat. Okay, basically just melt the shit in the microwave and stir until it's combined. Got it. Add the cereal to the bowl of melted chocolate. Use a rubber spatula to gently stir the mixture. Take care not to crush the cereal. Fold until the cereal is fully coated in chocolate. Transfer the coated cereal to the bag. Seal tightly, shake vigorously. Transfer the bag to the freezer, and chill for at least an hour. Okay, so what volume of Chex Mix do I need for this? 9 cups of Chex Mix. What am I making this in, a fucking garbage bag? Sorry, like a garbage bag? That's okay. 9 cups of Chex Mix does not fit in a Ziploc bag. It doesn't even fit in a bulk Ziploc bag. What? Are we seriously pretending that 9 cups of Chex Mix is going to fit in here? Absolutely not. Watch as I'm proven wrong. Watch. You watch. But like, okay, recipe. Transfer the berry powder to a large Ziploc bag. How large are we talking about? Like, legit. How many? We're going to have to do this in two bags. And do I have one of my large bags in here? No, I'm out of those. Okay. That bag was wet. We can't use that one. Liz says you're sure it does work in a gallon Ziploc. You know what? I'm inclined to believe you. Here's what we're going to do, though. We're going to try it first. People make it all the time. It's true. It's true. It is confirmed by General Mills. Okay. So Muddy Buddies are General Mills specific. Oh, shit. Look at that recipe right there. If it required something special, people would be annoyed. Yeah, me, right now, preemptively. I'm pre-annoyed. It says 9 cups. Measure the cereal. In a large bowl, measure the cereal. In a microwavable bowl, microwave for 30 seconds. Pour into 2-gallon resealable food storage plastic bag. 2 gallons. So it says a 2-gallon bag. This is a 1-gallon bag. The standard Ziploc bag is a 1-gallon bag, right? Am I wrong? Is this a 2-gallon? You know what? It doesn't matter. This box. Para gallon. 1 gallon. 60-gallon freezer gallon bags. Yeah. Okay. So is a 2-gallon bag a standard? Do y'all have 2-gallon bags in your kitchen? I don't have 2-gallon bags. I have 2 singular 1-gallon bags, but the recipe says pour into 2-gallon resealable food storage plastic bag. Bag, singular. It says bag. It is singular. Otherwise, it would say bags. Add the powdered sugar. Seal bag, singular. Again, shake until well coated. Spread on wax paper to cool. Store in airtight container in refrigerator. Okay, so let's see. This is the original recipe back here. 1 bag for the kids, 1 bag for the parents. Mike, hell yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I'm positive that they mean a 2-gallon bag because it says 2-gallon bag. All I have are these. I guess we can't make this. McDougal says, I have 2-gallon bags. I have 2-gallon bags specifically for making Muddy Buddies. There you go. Nobody. The smart speaker on the counter is giving me sass. Cyber, they're your standard large bag. Okay. I mean, I'm shook that I need that this recipe calls for a 2-gallon plastic bag. This one on the internet, this recipe on the internet just says a large zip top bag. It just says zip top. Okay, here's what we're going to do. This recipe says microwave it all, pour the mixture over the cereal, stirring until evenly coated. Pour into resealable food storage plastic bags, then add the powdered sugar, seal bag and shake, spread on wax paper to cool. It's going to do this in 2 batches or whatever. Fuck, I'm so mad. I'm like, I think I'm just annoyed. I'm annoyed because a 2-gallon plastic bag, I think, is a non-standard size. We're going to put it in you want to see me put this in a trash bag? Don't think I won't. I won't, because it's not a food service bag, and it probably wouldn't be able to deal with the hot stuff. I don't know. I could put some saran wrap on the large bowl. Deep breaths. We're trying. I know they make 2-gallon bags. but I don't think those are the standard size. Richard, welcome in. Richard, nice to have you. Sharky, hello. Connor, hello. Welcome in. Good to see y'all. Don't mind me. I am having a moment over the fact that a recipe that I'm reading did not specify that I need a 2-gallon plastic bag. I don't actually need a 2-gallon plastic bag. This is a problem I've invented for myself. And I just am annoyed about it. It's so stupid. Question. Do y'all have 2-gallon plastic bags? Put a 1 in the chat if you have access to a 2-gallon plastic bag right now. If in your house you own 2-gallon plastic bags, not 2 single 1-gallon plastic bags, but a bag that is this big, that holds 2 gallons total volume, please put a 1 in the chat. Put a 0 in chat if all you have is 1-gallon plastic bags or nothing, or not that. Because I feel like I'm being unreasonable, but I don't think that people have 2-gallon plastic bags. I don't think that that's standard. Cyber, you do. Richard, you do because you're in the cafe. Okay. Hannah says no. Fellas are sharing with me how to buy the bag, which 400 people bought it in the past month. 400 people on Amazon? That's not that many. Geekboard does. Tatsu, no. Fox Mulder, no. Scott from Canada says go fish, and the O looks like a 0, so I'm taking that as a no. Bellows does. Mom Nun says 2.5-gallon plastic bags, which I don't want to count that because it's not 2. And 0. Rainy Man, 0. See, I already need a second hand for the people who don't. Mrs. Syntax, I don't count. We're not talking about garbage bags either. Dougal says put plastic wrap over the large bowl. This is true. Shake it well enough to coat and not make a mess. Ooh, okay. Oh, I like that idea actually, because that doesn't use any bags. I know that they exist. Like, let me go back. Julie on YouTube, you do have 2-gallon plastic bags. Okay, see, the YouTube community is on top of it. We're good. We're good. I only ever have plastic bags. I only ever have 1-gallon bags. All right, here's pause. Here's what we need to do. I need to say hi to friends. I need to say hi to folks. I need to tell you that if you were hanging out here, Richard Bam is a lovely human being. Richard, what were you streaming today? I didn't even see. I know that there was a shout out that came through, but I was just going on and on about plastic bags, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll try better next time. Richard, you were just chatting. Well, we're just bitching, so that's okay. Richard's a lovely human. I would encourage you to please go follow Richard. Richard is often gaming, also in the cafe with the Only Deaf guy, who we also gave a shout out to. None of this matters. You're damn right it doesn't matter. But listen, don't interrupt me. I'm doing something. I'm just kidding. You can interrupt me all the time. If you chat, it's going to interrupt me. The object permanence of like my thoughts is just gone. That's how it goes. Anyway, please go follow Richard Ben. Richard, thank you for bringing friends through. Friends who came through, it's nice to have you. My name's Lou. I'm a home cook. I develop recipes. We have a very chatty community. You can get me off track doing basically anything. We're mostly in the kitchen doing home cooking. I live in Philadelphia, East Coast, United States. My pronouns are he, they. I'm really happy that you're here. I'm happy that you brought friends. Thank you very much. I want to tell you that follows are silent. If you hit the follow button, there's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages, and I'm not going to say hi to you unless you say hi first in chat. We have a very chatty community, but lurkers are always welcomed, and I appreciate you. We're making a bunch of snacks today. We've made caramel corn. We've made Rice Krispies treats. We've made, what else do we make? We made brownies. We're in the middle of making puppy chow, Muddy Buddies. And I was having a moment, but I'm over it now. We're going to get started. Okay. Let's have Gwen just arrived home also. Reining in, yes, we will be seeing Clifford in just a bit here once Gwen is like feeding him.
Oh, your organized kitchen.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been getting mail for like since yeah. Okay, we're good. Okay, hold on. Wallace, I see your redeem. And I will tell you exactly why I don't like 2-gallon plastic bags. But here's what we're gonna do. We are gonna use the bigger bowl, because I did just wash it. So we're gonna use the bigger bowl. I am gonna take the idea of just stirring this in and then putting plastic over it and just shaking it in the bowl, because I kind of love that more than using the plastic bags, because I don't have to wash the plastic bags and I don't really want to do that. Okay, but first off, we need 9 cups of Chex Mix, so let's do that. Let's compare the recipe that I have on the internet here to the one that's on the box. 9 cups of rice Chex Mix, yes. 1 cup of semi-sweet or chocolate chips, yes. 1/2 cup of nut butter, yes. 1/4 cup of butter or margarine. This only calls for 2 tablespoons. 1/4 cup is 4 tablespoons. A teaspoon of vanilla, no vanilla called for in here. And 1.5 cups of powdered sugar. 1.5 cups of powdered sugar. Okay, so these recipes are basically the same. The only difference is this one on the internet doesn't have vanilla, and it uses less butter. I'm going to follow the recipe on the box because this one seemed easier. And also, I don't need my computer out for it. So is that. Okay. Oh, we have a cat. We have a cat. Meow. This is Elsie. Elsie's here because Gwen is here. Elsie would not be in the kitchen. Well, she might be. I don't know if she has the most appearances anymore. I think Ash probably does. Yesterday was Elsie's Gotcha Day. Along with Ash and Obi, the other 2 cats that live in this house. But Elsie is very cute right now. She's very cute right now. Yes. Elsie. Her name is Elsie, E-L-S-I-E. But it stands for the initials L-C, meaning little calico. And isn't she just a cutie? She is. She's being very good right now. She is beautiful. She's very soulful. Look at her eyes. She's looking at me like, put me back down, please. I did not want this. And now that Gwen is in the room, I bet you that we will have another cat arrive shortly. Calvin should be home within the next like 15, 20 minutes too, unless he chooses to go to the playground. But we have a cat. This is Elsie. Elsie is 1 year old. Her birthday was Tuesday. So she is 1. And Gwen's looking at her very lovingly right now.
She's so cute.
Gwen is standing at the sink looking at her. She wants to get down. Okay, I'm going to say goodbye. Goodbye. She is very cute. And like all of the cats, she's covered in fur. She is kind of a troublemaker. She is, Elsie of all of the cats is the most relentless. So she's the one where if you're like, hey, stop doing that, she won't. She won't. Obi won't either, but Elsie's very, very much like. Gwen says Ash is the worst at that. Okay. One. What do you need? The funnel?
Comes out again.
The funnel. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So that was a little more than 9 cups, but how is Gwen today? Gwen seems to be feeling slightly better today. Not 100%.
It's like pop rocks up here.
Gwen says her sinuses feel like pop rocks. That's a vibe. That's actually quite descriptive. We've all been under the weather. I'm feeling great. Calvin's also feeling great. Gwen was the last one to get sick, so she's not feeling as well. So, okay. Let's see if it'll fit in the gallon bag. Let's see if it'll fit in the gallon bag. Lord Bellows has redeemed one of my sort of favorite redeems, but one that doesn't get redeemed too often, which is called Don't Even Get Me Started. It's basically a like, here's a topic. Go complain about it for a minute or two. Which I'm going to do. We already know that it won't. It won't, right? I'm pretty sure that it won't, but for the sake, I'm committing to the bit. I'm committing to the bit, Liz. So that's what we're doing. We're making. I want to see. Fuck it. Shit. It's gonna fit. It's gonna fit. No, it's not. Yes, it is. God damn it.
Yes, science.
I need this.
The scale. Gwen needs the scale.
Don't worry.
Here's
I know
the
what I'm
scale.
doing. I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
I'm so annoyed. Now I'm post annoyed. I'm still pre annoyed because I haven't actually done anything yet. But yeah, maybe no shaking room. Yeah, I don't think there's enough room. There's not enough room for shaking in here. I think that you're right. I think that's probably right. Also, if you let this cool down like this, it's like a really thick layer and it would probably cool into one chunk, right? I think it's probably for the cooling factor. You know, though, this even makes me more annoyed about the 2-gallon bags, though. It really does. Because I think that in this situation, you should probably just like do it in the bowl. I think having to have a 2-gallon bag is like annoying because it's I feel like it's annoying because like how often do you use a 2-gallon bag? I don't. Obviously, I clearly and demonstrably don't use 2-gallon bags because otherwise I would have one. I would have at least one used bag. But like, I've used them in the past. They're huge. They're too big. They're too tall. If you fill them like completely all the way up, They're like too tall to fit in the freezer if they're like filled with stuff. They're too big to really like lay flat. And when you fill them up, they're like too rounded to be stored easily. I also think that they just don't have like it's like too much room. Like if you're storing something that's 2 gallons worth of something, I mean, especially a liquid, like you can't really do that. But I feel like they're just huge. They're too big. And I don't know, maybe if you're storing like clothes or something, but like for food, I feel like that's just an excessive amount of space. That's my like my reason that I don't have them because it's like too much. I don't know. Yeah, Liz, you would have just thought, "Hey, I'll do the common sense thing," right? Right. See, I didn't read the recipe before I went to the store. That was on me. That was my problem. I did read the recipe. I read the ingredients, but I didn't read like what you needed for it. Woma, welcome in. Hello. Gwen says, "What's my problem?" No, because Gwen, the recipe that I'm using called. See, I'm gonna bitch about it to Gwen, and she's gonna be like, "You're an idiot." Rightfully so, but it would be really anything. The recipe says in a large bag. The recipe on the box says using a 2-gallon Ziploc bag. That's like not a common size. Okay, we're gonna take a pause here. We have a very small kitten. Would you all like to see a very small kitten? Here, switch with me so you can be a little farther over. This is a very small kitten. I got his bottle. I see. This is Clifford. This is Clifford. Clifford is a foster cat. Clifford is loafing. And he is very vocal. Do you hear his little noises? He's not a big red dog. See, how many Cliffords do you think you could fit in a 2-gallon plastic bag? That's not a thing we want to try. We're not going to do that. I'm just kidding. But this is a bottle feeding kitten. His eyes just opened like 3 to 4 days ago. And he is well, that does sound morbid. I immediately regretted saying it out loud. Oh my God, listen to his sounds. What a delight.
Can he stand on the counter?
He can stand on the counter, sure.
What just happened?
What do you mean?
I don't know.
I moved where the camera was zooming into so that he could be seen easier.
Oh.
I'm keeping him centered on the screen.
The counter's very slippery for him.
Yeah, counter is very slippery.
It's probably done.
You wanna zoom in on him again? Oh, he's being burped. He's being burped. He's gassy. Gwen, have you seen any pictures of the 4 that you had over the Christmas time?
Not within the past couple months.
Oh, I heard that. Oh my God.
Look at his leg just dangling.
I know, he's just got the dangle leg.
He's very full right now.
Yeah. Yeah, he is a single cat. He is the only one. So he does not have any siblings. How does a mom cat burp a cat?
They don't have to because they don't have as much air in them like this does.
Oh, okay. Whoa, we're learning lessons. Liz, I didn't know that until this moment either. I mean, I probably did know that. Gwen's probably told me that multiple times. Will he be staying? No, that's not the plan.
You looked at me.
I did look at you.
No, it's not the plan.
No, the plan is not to have 4 cats in the house. The plan is that he will be adopted.
The plan is to have 7.
7. The plan is not to have 4 full-time cats in the house. Oh my God. Look at this ridiculous loaf.
Oh my God, he's so full.
He is very full.
I know. He's purring.
Yeah. He looks like he's trying to tuck his head in to sleep. Hi.
I was trying to get his purrs on the microphone.
Oh. I don't know if that can be. I don't know how audible his purrs are. Calvin's home. Hello. Yeah. So he sleeps like 23 hours a day. And then the other times, the times that he's not sleeping are basically just
Eating and
eating and urinating and existing. Yeah. Kind of like a human baby, except he doesn't scream as much. Or at all. Yeah.
Oh, he's hurt my foot doing nothing.
Yeah. Calvin's home.
Are you making the snacks for tomorrow?
Yeah.
Look around, look around. Oh, hello.
Oof. Sweaty boy. You look
Be
sweaty.
embarrassing.
It's not embarrassing. It's hot outside and he's sweating. Yeah, it is very hot outside. It does sort of come through. Good. Timmy, welcome in. Hello. I am making snacks. We have brownies finished, Rice Krispie treats, and caramel corn is finished. Yeah, I was gonna make lemon bars, but they didn't have the pre-made, like the pre-mixed lemon bar stuff. So I made brownies instead. I made a box mix of something. That's what we did.
I prefer lemon bars, but I think that the group decision would probably like brownies more.
Okay. Your friend's dad, who I texted this morning, texted me back and said that they were going to come and that they were just going to take the bus home with you.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
we'll talk about that again later.
Bus.
Yes. Okay.
Another person might do it. But...
Okay. Okay. That's fine. Whatever.
Come kiss him.
Whatever. We're gonna have a house full of children tomorrow. I'm making snacks for them. There's one of them you just saw. That one's mine. Okay, let me wash my hands here real quick because it's been a moment. Should have made Nanaimo bars. I feel like those would have been more work than a box of brownie mix.
I stepped on his foot, but not really. He's melting it.
Yeah. Watch out for his feet. You gotta watch out. Okay. Where did I put? Oh, I put the Chex Mix box in the cabinet. See, I'm like, I'm gonna look at the recipe off the box. No, I'm not. Not when it's being put away. In a large bowl, measure the cereal. We did that. We set it aside. We did that too. In a 1-quart microwavable bowl, microwave the chocolate chips, peanut butter, and butter uncovered on high for 1 minute. Stir, mix, stir, mix, stir, mix, stir, mix, stir, mix, stir, mix, stir. Okay, easy. Let's do the chocolate chips. And then what is a cup? Where's my scale? Oh, Gwen's using it. Are you still using the scale?
No,
Okay.
but they're pretty happy.
Okay, well that's fine as long as you're not pooping on the scale. I think we can use it. Let me wipe the counter too. Also, just like there was a literal cat on it. So let me like just spray down this little area for a moment here. Gwen says he's very clean. That's not really the point. I have only ever had a Nanaimo bar once in my life, and y'all saw it happen. It was when I was in Toronto recently. What are you looking for, Gwen? The wipes are on the table over there. They're next to the brownies. Okay. But it was a very good experience. That was a delicious confection that I would absolutely eat again. But thinking about them, I feel like they'd be difficult to make. Is there a Canadian version of like a boxed Nanaimo bar? Like boxed brownies, boxed cakes, boxed cake mix. Is there a boxed version of this? We certainly don't have one. It's specifically Canadian pastry. I don't know exactly what's in it. I forget. But it is like a layered baked bar. I want to say coconut, but I think that that's probably wrong. Okay. So here's some chocolate chips. We have a tablespoon of these. It's 15 grams. What does this say? A cup? We need a cup. We'll just use a cup measure. I guess that's fine. Northern cousin of millionaire shortbread. Yeah, it's like a shortbread base, right? Top layer is chocolate ganache, middle layer is a custard cream. They're only refrigerated. Okay, so they're not actually baked. So you just layer them and put them together. Okay. I'm still not making them for tomorrow. But I had one and it was really good. It was one of the better things that I ate while I was in Toronto recently. A half a cup. So you microwave chocolate chips, peanut butter, and butter. Okay, a quarter cup of butter. So a quarter cup is a half a stick, right? Yes. Quarter cup equals 1/2 a stick. That's 4 tablespoons. I used 3 earlier, so let's put this one back. Put 1 tablespoon back. We'll put this in. So there's that. And then peanut butter. I'm using chunky sunflower seed butter. I hope that's okay. I'm sure it's fine. 2 tablespoons, it says, is 32 grams. So if I need a half a cup, that's 8 tablespoons. So 32 times 4 is 128. 128 grams of sunflower seed butter. So this is a use it up meal as well, because I have these containers. I have multiple containers of sunflower seed butter in the refrigerator that are all open. So I'm just using all of them. I say 128 grams. Perfect. There's one. I might get these. It's a 3-part thing. Okay. You know what's funny? I can hear this caramel corn cooling. as it cools, the caramel shrinks a little bit, and I can hear it crackling next to me. It's 112, 139, 128, right? That's what we were looking for. Confirming it's a sunflower seed butter. It is. It is. Okay, so I'm going to put this in the microwave for 1 minute. Heat on high for 1 minute. Okay. Then we stir. Then we 30 more seconds. Then we add vanilla. Then we pour the mixture of the cereal, stirring evenly until coated. Pour into resealable plastic bags. We're not going to do that. We're going to toss this in the bowl, as previously stated. So, we're going to put these back in the refrigerator because we don't need those anymore. I am going to use vanilla. How much vanilla does it say? A teaspoon. Okay, so not really enough that I'm actually going to measure this. We're just going to put enough that it is looks like about a teaspoon. And that's fine. Okay, well, that was microwaved on high. So this is looking all right. We're going to stir. Then it says about 30 seconds more. I'm making the recipe off of the back of the Chex box because then I can call them Muddy Buddies, because otherwise they're going to come after me and I won't be able to do that. I'm just going to stand here and hold this spoon while that cooks for 30 seconds more. Okay. So I do 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. So that looks good. Let's stir in about a teaspoon of vanilla. Rest of the bottle should work. And we'll stir. Then it says till it can be stirred smooth. Well, I wouldn't actually say that this is smooth just yet. This has still got like a couple. Oh, it's because I used. It's because I used chunky sunflower seed butter. I was like, there's all these little fucking chunks in here. Right, they're literally sunflower seeds. It's fine. Okay, this is smooth. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Okay, so then confirm. Stir in vanilla. Pour mixture over cereal, stirring until evenly coated. Okay. So just some like chocolate and cereal going on. All right. God. What ridiculous. And then they want you to pour this into a 2-gallon plastic bag? What the fuck? How come you can't just stir the powdered sugar in? You know, they make spatulas for this. Mini Moon, welcome. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. Happy Friday, Junior. Stirring until evenly coated, it says. Now, the recipe on the internet said to be cautious when you stir it so that you don't break up the cereal all that much. So, I think that that's also a reasonable thing to, like, note here. I'm also stirring this with a literal tablespoon, which is not the right thing to do this with. Which I guess is fine. But yeah, I'm going to pour the powdered sugar on here, just on top on this bowl. And then I don't even know if I'm going to put a plastic cover on, because this bowl is big. I might just try to like toss it. Yeah, I'm just going to try to toss it like this and get the sugar all in the air and then complain about that. Okay? We're going to try it that way first. What else can I complain about today? All right, this looks pretty evenly coated. We have to try one. We have to try one without. Yeah, that's pretty good. Melted chocolate and butter. Great. 1.5 cups of powdered sugar. Okay, cool. Well, let's use this bag that's already open. I'm going to use a scale here because I bet this will tell me the weight. 1/4 cup is 30 grams. So 1.5 cups is 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 180 grams? Yeah, 180 grams. 180 grams. So, hold on, we need to tear the scale. Turn it on. Tear. Grams. Tear. Grams. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to add not 180 grams to this. I'm going to add 90. So I'm going to add half of the powdered sugar. This is full half of what it needs. And I'm just going to toss it like this. And you know what? This is working out just fine. It's getting... there's a little bit on the counter. Okay, so we're gonna put the other half of the powdered sugar in. We're gonna cover this with plastic, and then we're gonna actually shake the shit out of it. What did I say? 180, 160, 70. All right, 175. That's fine because that's all that's left in this pan. That's okay. I swear. Oh my God, do I not have plastic wrap? I'm gonna lose my shit. Okay, no, we do. Okay, good. Sorry, it was about to be an actual crisis. Not actually, just that was a joke. None of this is serious. Like legit, none of this is serious.
Let me think about that. No,
none of it is serious. Let's put a little plastic wrap over the top of this though. And I am going to just give this a good shake. See, isn't this so much easier than a 2-gallon bag? Come on. It's not. It's not. A 2-gallon plastic bag would have been way easier than this. Splitting this in half would have actually probably been easier than this. I am just spiteful today and every day. Okay, here we go. Shit, it's not tight. It's just like falling down on side. How do I get that to be so that the things don't get all caught up? I can't. Annoyed sounds.
Why is everything so difficult?
Okay. All right. This is fine. This is fine. Here. I'm just holding it on with my fingers. There. Done. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I bet they're good. I bet they taste good. How much of this shit is left on the bottom? Not that much. Okay, it's fine. Mmm. Oh. Okay. Stop it. All right, I'm gonna put these out onto some trays with parchment paper on them, and then put these in the refrigerator because they are chocolate and they will melt. The directions on the internet recipe that I read said to put them in the freezer. I'm just going to put them in the fridge because I think that's probably okay. Ooh, Tatsu Chex Mix versus Oreo Truffle Mix. I'll take the Oreo mix. I've never had an Oreo Truffle mix. That sounds good. What does that even entail? All right. I'm gonna give this a final stir with the spatula, scraping off the bowl. And then we're gonna put these on the sheet pan. So I've never made these before. You know what? You know what I think would make this a lot easier? A 2-gallon plastic bag. Just saying. Just saying. I don't know why I didn't think of that before. Okay. These look great. I'm very happy with these. So Fluff, I hope that you have I hope that today was productive. I understand that they are exhausting. I hope that you got what you needed out of that today. All right. That's good. And there's not much leftover sugar in the bottom here. There's just like a little bit left. So that's good. Wait, I want that spatula. So we're going to spread these out in as thin a layer as possible. The bowl thing did work. Yeah, it did. And I tried tossing it without the saran wrap, and that did not work very well. You know what? I think that the next time I go to the store, I might buy some 2-gallon plastic bags and see how long they last me. Because I've only ever bought 2-gallon plastic bags one time. I know this for a fact. And I still have one of them. It was a bag that I used for Cookie Club to put leftover popcorn in. And it's upstairs. It still has leftover popcorn in it from like 3 months ago, maybe 4 months ago. Anyway, these are great. They look good. Yeah, put the bought date on them. I will. Gotta make hay while the sun shines. That's true. The sun's the only thing that dries it out. Right? That's how hay works. Well, there's a carrot cake in here. which obviously we did not eat all of yesterday. So I'm going to put these on the upper shelf. So let's, first off, let me get the thing. Can I put these on the upper shelf? Yeah. That can go there. And that. And then that. That can sit there. So these can actually sit, I can sit these on top of each other. That's going to be fine. And let's pop those in the fridge. Okay. Great. Now I can really genuinely clean up this counter. So I might have gotten some powdered sugar on my keyboard. Just a little bit. But fortunately, I didn't get any on my laptop. You know why? Because I had these plastic bags sitting on it. Which I also now still have to wash, or at least rinse, because they're covered in powdered sugar. Okay. Now this, I burned. This is open. So let's, how am I going to close this? Just going to twist it like that, and then we'll put a clip on it if I have a clip. Yes, I do. Beautiful. And that will just sit in the cabinet right like that. Okay. So we're going to put some things away now. And then I think we're going to take a quick break. When we take a quick break, we're going to triage the dishes in the sink. And then I'm going to, actually, no, before I do that, let me consolidate some of these. No, let me cut up. Before I do that, let me cut up these brownies and Rice Krispies treats because they're dry enough now and cool enough. They're definitely like room temp at this point. So I think maybe I will cut up and start to like package some of those things so that they're like ready to just toss onto a tray tomorrow. I think that's what I'm going to do. So wash my hands first. We'll put the caramel corn in a bag. We'll put the brownies and treats in just like little containers, like to-go style containers, square to-go style containers. Actually, no, yeah, we're just gonna put those in to-go style containers. That's what we'll do. Because then I can wash those. So we're doing really well. The only other thing I want to do today is cut up that pineapple, not the towards snacks, by the way. I still want to test this other recipe that I've written up that's like ready to go. That won't take all that long, so that's good. I'm aiming to finish today's stream around 17:30 or so. So just for reference, that's the goal. That's the goal today. Let's get this caramel corn packaged up. Got my little bag holder, clean hands. You know what? I'm going to put my glove on. I'm going to put a glove on because otherwise my hands are going to get very sticky. And I'm going to want to wash them before I'm finished this process. So is this a 2-gallon bag? You know what? It's not. It's not. There's only about 3 quarts of caramel corn on this tray, so this should all fit. Not all of it. 1 tray should fit in 1 bag. I got out 2 bags. I'm only using the scoop until I can like pull the pan liner up, because then I can just pull this up and do this. There we go. All right. Bag 1. Yeah, so basically all of these things, I'm going to have like, this is for the house, other bag is for the group. And if we run out of, popcorn for the group, we're going to run out of something. I'll have a little bit in reserve, but the goal is that I've now got like some caramel corn for myself for the next, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Some snacks for the house. But yeah, all of this is, having some Calvin's friends over. I was basically, last week, he had some people over informally, and I was like, well, why don't you just invite some people over and I'll actually make something. And so he did. And so that's tomorrow. So I know this is quite a lot of snacks, but it's like the only thing that I doubled in terms of the recipe is the caramel corn, because I like it and it does not go bad. It keeps very well. And it's very crunchy. That turned out really well. All right. Let's bring these over to the sink. Not quite over to the sink. Hold on. To move some things on the counter before I can put sheet pans there. Go. All right. That's done. Next, I'm going to package the brownies and Rice Krispies. Those are be pretty easy to stash. I'm going to put those in some to-go containers, of which I have a lot. So we've got, I'm not going to cut these up necessarily. I'm just going to let's see, how will these fit in here? I'm going to cut this into quarters and I'll stack 2 in, I'll stack 2 of them in a container, and then we'll do 2 and 2. I need a plastic knife, maybe. I have a plastic knife? I do. There we go. Broccoli, welcome in. Happy Friday, Junior. It is, in fact, Friday, Junior. All right, that was very straightforward. So the marshmallows obviously melted on top of here, and that's okay. I don't need them to look perfect, and they don't, so that's good. They do look really good though. Okay, now is this, yeah, that's like the perfect size. Okay. So I'm going to take, and we'll cut. Beautiful. Fits wonderfully, like it was meant to. Let's do a piece of parchment paper and just a rough estimate here. Just put a piece of this in the middle. They don't stick to each other. 1 and 2. Now these have cooled completely, so I'm just pulling quarters of the brownie right out of the pan. These are just boxed brownies. I think they were like Betty Crocker double chocolate or something like that. They're not from a recipe. They're from a box, and I used coconut oil instead of vegetable oil in them, so they kind of smell like coconut, which is fascinating. I'm going to cut a little piece off of here, and we're just going to make sure that these taste okay. I think that we have to do that. Okay. So yeah, and we're going to do the same thing with those Rice Krispies. So these turned out really, those are fine, and they're completely cool. They're like room temperature, so I'm just going to pop the lid on them right now. Yeah, those are pretty good. They do taste a little like coconut, which is fine. It's like, oh, there's a little coconut in that. That's good. It's not off-putting. And I like it better than vegetable oil. They're not greasy either. They're like cake. The consistency of these is very cake-like. There's a marshmallow on top. It's very like, I don't know. Although you can press them together and they stay together. They don't spring back. I'll say that. But they sure slid out of the pan okay. That was easy. Okay. And let's see about these. So these, I think I do want to actually cut these into pieces right now. Maybe. No, we'll just do half and half. I'm going to cut these with the bench scraper. Yeah. That plastic knife is not doing this. Not doing it for me here. But these, I am going to cut these into like their correct size for serving. Because they're still going to stick together kind of regardless of what I do here. So that's going to just be easy to do right now. Bellanissimo, welcome in. Thank you for the redeem. We're trying today. We've had some minor hiccups, and overall though, I think things have gone well. Overall, generally speaking. Okay. There we go. These are thick and hopefully chewy. Chewy like not super dense. I like box brownies because of less thinking. Yup. That's exactly why I did those today. I was not considering. My initial plan was to do lemon squares, like lemon bars, like citrus lemon bars. Because I know that there is a good boxed version of that. But the grocery store didn't have it. So we went with brownies because I was like, nope. Like the thing that we're doing today is from a box. I don't care whether or not it's you know, it doesn't have to be lemon squares. I would prefer it to be lemon squares. And Calvin actually just came home when he popped in. I said that I was making brownies instead. He was like, that's good. I think people would probably like the brownies better. So that was good to hear. I don't know if he meant it or not, but if he didn't, you know, if he didn't actually mean that, it was a nice thing for him to say. And if he did mean it, great. That's good to hear. Literally. Okay, so snacks are ready to go. Sort of. Almost. We have the chocolate situations in the refrigerator still. I think I'm going to transfer those to plastic bags so that they're easier to manage. Obviously, they're probably cool enough to do that at this point. So, but first I want to try this Rice Krispies treat. This is the Rice Krispies treat. It's gooey and not as dense as the last time I made it. So it actually looks quite nice. Much less dense than last time. Last time I pressed it down, I wasn't thinking, and I literally pressed it, and it got so dense that it was like firm, like solid firm. This is actually like, you got like the cheese pool situation with this. Yeah. Darlene on YouTube says it looks yummy. It is yummy. You did better. About 3 seconds into putting this in the pan, as I was beginning to literally press down on it with the spatula, I remembered that you're not supposed to press down on it very hard. So, good on me for like actually remembering that. Because last time, it didn't occur to me. I just wanted to get it flat. And then they were aggressively firm. They were uncomfortably firm last time. Interpret how you will. Or don't. I mean, what I meant was they were dense. You don't need to interpret that any other way, really. Okay. These wire racks had nothing on them except for the bottom of a pan, so those get to go right back in the cabinet. They were just on the counter. And the bottom of the pans are touching them in the cabinet too, so we are good. I'm gonna leave these right here. Let's I wonder if those chocolate things are cool enough now that I can actually put them in a bag. Almost. Give those another couple minutes. Every once in a while, let me wash my hands real quick. Let me wash my hands while I'm considering here. All right. Good. Every once in a while when I'm eating something with sunflower seed butter, my brain, I'm allergic to peanuts, so fact. And every so often I'll be eating something that has like sunflower seed butter in it as an ingredient. Last time this happened was when I was eating the cookies, like the sunflower seed butter cookies that I made instead of peanut butter. I just subbed 1-to-1. My brain is like, don't eat that. Like my brain registers danger. It's just like, no, stop eating that. And I'm having that with these Muddy Buddy puppy chow things. I'm having that like feeling when I'm eating them of like, there's peanut butter in this, like danger, 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 danger. My brain's like telling me to stop. It's very weird. It's an odd, it's quite an odd thing to like understand, because like I literally made those. I know they don't have peanut butter in them. I made them. I'm positive they do not have peanut butter. Ram's house, hello, welcome in. What do I need to cook puppy chow? A couple different things. Chocolate, semi-sweet chocolate or semi-sweet or dark chocolate, butter, vanilla, a nut butter of some kind, peanut butter, hazelnut butter, pecan butter, cashew butter, sunflower seed butter, any of those like nut butter types of things. I bet you Biscoff would, cookie mix would also work. Chex Mix, like Chex, or even cereal, like really, I think any cereal would work. I bet you could make it with Cheerios or literally anything. You could probably make it with like pretzel rods too, which would, I'm sure would be very good. But basically you combine all that and you toss it with powdered sugar and then you refrigerate it for a little bit. So it's basically cereal with chocolate, peanut butter coating. You melt together the chocolate and the peanut butter and then you toss it with powdered sugar. It's really relatively, it was relatively easy to make. Today was the first day that I had made it, so I wasn't sure, and it did prove, ultimately, it proved to be as easy as I thought it was going to be. I want to give a shout out to Bellanissima, fellow food and drink streamer, friend of the stream, and generally good conversation happening on their stream. A place I enjoy lurking when I can catch you, and I'm always happy to see you. I'm always happy to see you in chat, but I definitely enjoy lurking on your stream when the opportunity arises. So I appreciate you. I am right now we're sort of in the middle of a couple things. So I finished all of my main snacks. They're all finished. I've packaged up 3 of the 4 of them, which is great. I now have, I want to do a couple other things on stream today. We're going to cut up that pineapple, and then we're going to basically real quick, we're going to do a recipe test. That is going to entail cutting up some tomatoes, cutting up some herbs, and then like frying some lentils. It's super easy, very straightforward. It should take about 15 total minutes. So what we're going to do before that is I'm going to triage the dishes in the sink. We have a ton of dishes in the sink currently, again, and basically forever. So we're going to take some of those and put them in the dishwasher. I'm going to run a game of words on stream on Twitch. I'm also going to run a 3-minute advertisement on Twitch. So if you are a non-subscriber, you're going to get an ad, and I'm sorry about that. Please feel free to hit the subscribe button. You can also hit the Twitch Prime sub button. So if you hit the subscribe button and you're an Amazon Prime user, you can subscribe using your Prime account for free. You can do that by hitting the subscribe button that's down below, somewhere under the stream, underneath it here somewhere. And also, if you're watching on the desktop version, you can hit the little crown that's over here. There's a little crown. So that's what we're going to do. Hey, Nine, I see you. Welcome in. Thank you for rating. Thanks for bringing friends through. Friends who were hanging out here. 9 of 12 is a fellow streamer and someone who has a nice cozy little stream, and I would appreciate y'all going to follow. Hold on, let me where's the shout out? There it is. Okay. What were you making today? What were you making today? We are about to hop into a quick game of words on stream. We're going to run an ad on the Twitch platform. When we come back from doing that, we're going to make a recipe. We're going to cut up a pineapple, and then we're going to make a recipe. a lentil recipe. It's pretty straightforward. I made it yesterday. We got maybe about 45 minutes of stream left. So welcome in, friends. For anybody who's new, who is hanging out here for the first time, I want to tell you that follows are silent. There's no alerts, there's no chat messages, there's no sounds, bells, whistles. I'm not even going to say hi to you if you hit the follow button. So if you're lurking on Twitch or you're lurking on YouTube, there's a link to that in chat. Please know that if you hit the follow or the subscribe button, that there is, literally you will just follow and nothing happens. Anyway, and you were making a potato leek soup with the wild ramps that I picked up in New York behind my sister's house. That's super cool. That's super cool. That's right. We are in like peak ramp season right now. And if you're a foodie, you probably remember ramps from such dishes as every recipe published on the internet like 8 or 9 years ago. They were really big. They're still very good though. I could dig them when I camp. I've never actually gone looking for them, to be fair. I've seen them at the farmer's market, but never actually gone to see if I could see them. That's super cool that you like pick them and then actually use them. So we've made a bunch of snacks today. That's what we're doing on stream today. We are going to, as I mentioned, we're going to take a very quick little break here. We're going to play a game of words on stream. Grew up calling them leeks and didn't know they were different. And they're basically a leafy onion that you can eat sort of all the parts of. And they grow in the first part of spring before the trees have leaves on them. They're pretty quick growing. They're like a green onion. Like I would equate them to like a literal green onion, except they're leafier. And you can eat like all parts of them. So people will like saute them whole or roast them. You can chop them up. You can use them like a green onion. You can use them pretty interchangeably. They're much narrower than leeks though. So a leek is like, like an inch or more in thickness often. A ramp is like a thick green onion. So they're slightly different. They're leafier and they don't like harvest, they don't cultivate them. So like you can't buy them in like a grocery store. You have to get them at like a farmer's market or somewhere like that. So they're also kind of a little bit delicate and they're very seasonal. So catch them while you can, I guess. Morels are great. Morels are one of those mushrooms that I wouldn't mind foraging in the wild because they actually don't look like anything else. And you can pick them with a certain level of confidence. Instant potatoes. We love instant potatoes. I do love instant potatoes. I don't think that's cheating. Okay, so we're gonna play a game of words on stream. Here that comes. I'm gonna run a 3-minute ad on Twitch and we'll be right back. And then we're gonna do a recipe test. All right, here we go.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay, but here's what I'm doing right now. I'm gonna fill the dishwasher with everything that can go in the dishwasher. We're going to do as many of these dishes as possible in that time. So I've just been tossing stuff into the sink. There's like stuff kind of everywhere. So some of these things can get dishwashed. Some of them do not get dishwashed. And The rest of it, we'll just put in the dish pan. Some of these big dishes we're going to wash by hand right now. That way, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to toss these in the oven for just a moment so that they cool, the opposite, so that they dry. When you put things in the oven and the oven is warm, it helps evaporate everything that's inside of it. Great. All right. Hey, was that a board? Did we get a board? Did we beat a board on that one? I don't think so. Maybe not. I don't know. Okay, so we did not get a board. So because we had some extra words that were not part of the, okay, got it. We do not know the extra words. Avo, welcome in. Hello. Avo, you probably can't hear me because we're in an ad break. But if you can hear me, blink twice if you can hear me. I'm just kidding. But hello. Oh, you're not in an ad break. Excellent. Well, probably if you just popped in the stream a minute or two ago, I think maybe there's something on Twitch that doesn't actually serve you an ad. Hey, welcome back. If you're on Twitch, thank you for your patience during the ad break. I know that nobody likes them. I don't. I do kind of like the ads because, like, when I run them and people are on the stream, I get paid, which is kind of nice. But generally speaking, I don't love the ads because they're sort of interruptive, but we use them to help get things done, like some dishes, for example. So anyway, welcome in, y'all. We're finishing this game of words on stream, and then we're going to come back and do a recipe test. And then I want to get out of here. So we're going to get out of here today. We have to raid by 5:40 today. 5:40 is the goal. 17:40 my time. It's not the goal. I'd prefer to raid at 17:30, but you know what I mean. Okay. Excellent. Did we get a board? Or no? Was that not that was not a board. Okay. I don't think that was a board. I think that was just a good job. Okay. Beautiful. Let's come on back over here. And okay. So, welcome back. Hold on. I got a text. I texted Gwen while we were doing the thing. Okay. Good. All right, cool. I just texted Gwen. I'm doing karate tonight, so we are officially on a timeline. So here's what we're gonna do today. Okay, I have two things. Going to first, you know what? If I don't cut up this, oh, damn it, I just stabbed myself with that pineapple. If I don't cut up this pineapple today, it's not the end of the world. So I think I'm going to save that because I could always just cut that up tomorrow. And if I cut it up tomorrow, that means it has an extra day to ripen, which is good. We kind of like that. So I think I'm going to put that to the side for a second. Jamie, welcome in. It's good to see you. I hope you're well. We are going to hard cut to doing a recipe test. So I did this recipe yesterday. This is literally the same thing I made yesterday. I wrote an actual recipe for this thing, so that I have like directions to follow. So it should be relatively easy. So this is for a warm lentil tomato herb salad. So very straightforward. We have it uses 2 cans of lentils, a pint of dried tomatoes, a cup of chopped up celery, yeesh, not celery, a cup of chopped up parsley, a container, one of these of yogurt, and a lemon. Obviously, or not obviously, it also uses salt and pepper, but those are not ingredients that we count. They don't count. I mean, they do count. They count for a lot, actually, and they're quite necessary in the dish. But they don't count as ingredients because they're something that, like, basically everyone has in their kitchen. There's really no need to count them as a formal ingredient. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get started doing that now. We have all of my ingredients out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ingredients, in case you were counting, which I was and just did. So let's read this recipe first. 2 15.5-ounce cans of lentils drained. 2.5 tablespoons of olive oil. 1 U.S. dry pint of grated tomatoes, halved, which is about 1 3/4 cups, which we'll measure into here. 1 cup of parsley, 1 cup of chopped parsley. That's I'm using curly parsley. I didn't designate in the recipe which type of parsley, although I very, very, very definitely and deeply and forever encourage you to be using curly parsley for everything. Just my personal preference. 1 5.3-ounce container of full-fat Greek yogurt. I have non-fat Greek yogurt today, but I don't want you to use non-fat Greek yogurt in anything ever. 1 lemon, zested and juiced. 1 1/4 teaspoon kosher salt, 1 1/4 teaspoon ground black pepper. Optional, half a teaspoon each of onion and or garlic powder. I'm going to put onion powder in here today because yesterday I used garlic powder, and today I want to make sure that the onion powder actually tastes as good as my imagination tells me it does. Now, I might actually not be doing that today because I might not have any onion powder. Scratch that. I do have onion powder. It's right here. It was just not where I thought it was going to be in the cabinet. Cool. Okay, so let's get to this. Lentils drained. Where is the sieve? There it is. Okay, so we're just going to put these lentils in a pan. I'm not rinsing them. I'm not salting them. Not a pan. In a colander. I'm not rinsing them or salting them, but I do want to drain them. We're going to save the water from the can here so that we can use it for our stock. Our generally speaking, our soup stock. So I'm just going to give these a little shake. And yeah, there we go. Wow, that was quite a bit. Okay, well, the little feet are sitting in the water, so we need to get a container to pour that out into right away, because otherwise they're not actually going to drain, because it's going to be sitting in water. Okay, there we go. Just gonna pop you right in the freezer. I'm gonna pop that one right on top of the lentil juice from yesterday, directly on top of it. Yeah, the lentil aquafaba. So I use that for stock. Like I literally will put that into the stock that I'm making. Same thing with any type of like bean juice. If you use canned vegetables, as long as you don't have them in salt, If they're packed in like, corn, corn niblets in water with not, with unsalted, that's great liquid to save and use to make your own stock with. It's something that you have a lot of flavor just packed into, and it's free. Otherwise, you're quite literally putting it down the drain. So if you're the type of person who does make their own stock, it's great for that purpose. So zest of 1 lemon. I'm gonna get lemon juiced. Buses were canceled because of all the snow. Oh my God. That's so wild to me. It's so wild to me because it is like 32 degrees Celsius here today. It's hot. It's hot here. Calvin came home from school and was literally sweating. Now these lemon halves are also great for a little bit of a garnish for your water. So you zest it, you juice it, and then you stir this together with a little bit of sugar and honey and ice and a little bit of extra lemon juice from the lemon juice container. And it's quite lovely. Now, you don't need to, you could juice and zest the lemon directly into a bowl with the yogurt. And I'm like thinking that in this moment, but I didn't. And two, you don't really have to. It's kind of one of those things where, if you don't, it's okay. And if you think about it in the moment, it would be great to do that. Okay, so we have 1 U.S. dry pint of tomato halves, grape tomatoes, halved. So I like these to be halved because they don't fall apart as much. When you quarter them and then you stir them into things, especially if you salt them ahead of time, it has a tendency to like spill all the guts out, and that's not what we want here. I want these tomatoes to maintain their structural integrity as much as possible. So this is a pretty straightforward recipe. It's really a base for things because like last night I made this and I put it in a bowl. I put it in just like in a bowl. I warmed it up a little bit in the oven actually first. But I put it in a bowl. I put it in the just in the bottom, and then I put some fish, like roasted fish, on top of it, and it was really good. So that was the move last night. I love this with like cut up chicken thighs mixed into it. I kind of like the fish on top because otherwise it's sort of a kind of breaks apart. But chicken goes in it really well and mixes in quite nicely. All right. It is kind of wild that you still have to go to school. That is, if they're not busing the kids, I feel like you should be able to stay home. Or I feel like that should be an excused absence. That's wild. What a difference. What a difference. Like you're literally like the school buses aren't running because of snow. And where I am, it's like 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Shit. As I'm talking about saving that bean water, I am literally throwing away the parsley stalks that I could also be putting in my stock bag. So you win some, you lose some. We need about a cup of this parsley here. So about 22 stalks of parsley. That's the amount. That's what we came up with last time. Okay. So we're going to put this all together. So the prep for this really only took me what? Maybe 5 minutes, not even. And this is all, everything is prepped now. The only thing that I didn't do is mix the yogurt dressing, but I'm going to do that. I'm going to mix the yogurt dressing and I'm going to salt the tomatoes while the lentils are cooking on the stove. So we'll get to that in just a moment. Okay, so all of my ingredients are prepped. Everything's cut. We're ready to cook. We have lemon zest, lemon juice, tomatoes, parsley, lentils, and our yogurt. Okay. Cook the lentils. Set a 10-inch or larger saute pan or cast iron pan over medium-high heat for 2 minutes to preheat. Okay, so this is, let me set this medium-high on my stove, as we determined yesterday, is a 5 out of 7, I would say. High would be a 7. Medium high would be anywhere from 5 to 5.5, I think. Okay, but we now have that on the stove. Let me set a timer. 2 minutes. 2, 0, 0. That's 20. Minute and 40 seconds. Start. Okay, I have just enough time to catch my breath. Then we add the olive oil, then the lentils. Season with a half a teaspoon of the salt and 1 teaspoon of pepper. If using onion or garlic powder, stir that in as well. Okay, great. Yes. Okay, hold on. I missed something. Woman says, random stream question. Do you have to stream for a certain amount of days before you can raid? No, you do not. You can raid on your first stream. You can raid someone who's offline. You can raid with 1 viewer. But as a streamer, in my settings, I can also say to what types of raids I want to accept. So if I don't want raids from somebody who has been streaming who is like on their first stream, I can set that. So you have to have either X number. You can set things in your streamer settings, things like decline raids from people from streams with less than X number of viewers. You can say decline raids from streams with only, who've had an account for less than a certain number of days. So from my end, I can set that. For me, you have to have, I think you have to have been registered as an account for more than 30 days, but it's not viewers. It's just accounts. What I'm trying to do with that setting is make sure that if you open an account and you bot that account and then you raid out, but I have mine set to be pretty wide open. Heat for 2 minutes. Add the olive oil. Okay, so 2 tablespoons and 2.5 tablespoons. Okay, add the olive oil. It should be shimmery. Let me note that. Olive oil. Then the lentils. Season with a half teaspoon of salt and 1 teaspoon of pepper. Okay, so let's come on over to the stove. We have our onion, pepper. We have our salt. My half teaspoon I washed when I did the dishes last time. And we're going to come on over to the stove. Yes. So I think for mine, it really is, I do think it's probably because of the account age and it's definitely not the viewers. I don't care how many viewers you have. If you raid me with 1 viewer, I'm super happy. If you raid me with 100, I'm generally pretty nervous. And if you raid me with more than that, I'm probably going to panic a little bit, and that's okay too. Okay, so we're adding the lentils. They're going to simmer and pop. Yes, they are. We're going to give those a shake. Now, this is a larger pan than I used yesterday. So we're, larger pan. So setting a timer for 10 minutes. Season with a half teaspoon of salt, 1 teaspoon of pepper. Okay, so half a teaspoon of salt. No, 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 no. 1 teaspoon of pepper. 1/2. 1. And then I am adding onion powder today. So we're going to do half a teaspoon of onion powder. We're going to mix that in, obviously. Okay, the onion powder can go back in the cabinet because I don't need that anymore. The pepper I'm also finished with. The salt I'm going to use for the tomatoes. So I'm going to give this a stir because it's still a little liquidy. Stir, I say stir as if I'm stirring, I'm tossing. But you can stir, that's fine too. Whatever works for you. So this is still on medium high. We are sizzling here. Add the olive oil, then the lentils. Season with the salt, season with the pepper. If using onion and garlic, cook, stirring with a wooden spoon every 2 minutes until all the liquid has evaporated and the lentils are browned and starting to get crispy, about 10 minutes. There will be a dried layer on the bottom of the pan after about 6 minutes. Scrape that up when you stir. Okay, so I'm going to do the thing where I need to let this sit. So I'm going to putter at the counter here and do anything to keep myself from stirring this constantly, because I definitely don't want to do that. The new to Twitch, that's cool. I love when people come into Twitch that have a following elsewhere, which is, it's really kind of fascinating to me because Twitch is such a different experience. It's a very different experience than literally any other platform. Even like TikTok or YouTube. Twitch is demonstrably different. While the lentils cook, toss the grape tomato halves with the remaining half teaspoon of salt. Okay, so I want to toss the tomato halves, and I'm just so yesterday when I was making this, I didn't season the tomatoes first, and they were a little bit bland. So I'm just throwing some salt on here today, and we're gonna season those up. Okay, so these have been in there for 3 minutes. I can hear them. You know what? I'm actually, hold on. How about this? We're gonna go to control. Nope. So settings, stream, VOD, clips, permissions, raids. So here's what you can set. Allow raids from channels that meet the following requirements. Minimum number of viewers, 1. Minimum account age, 30 days. So I have mine set to 30 days. That's why. Okay. So this is we're at about almost 4 minutes have gone by. So I'm just kind of letting these go. Yeah, just about 4 minutes. I'm going to change that. I'm going to change that number to I'm changing that number. So next time, if they are streaming and you are so inclined and you want to bring some friends over, it should work. Stir together the yogurt, lemon juice, and zest. Okay. I thought I had a larger glass bowl than this. Oh shit, I used it for the chocolate. It's fine. Okay. It's fine. We're gonna make this dish in this bowl instead. Do I have the tare weight on the bottom of this? I don't. Let's get the tare weight for this, because then I'll be able to set what the volume of this is. Okay. 274, right? 274. Oh, damn. It's like I've done this before. I do this regularly. But the Sharpie thing wears off the bottom of the bowl. I should probably just get it literally get it etched into the bottom of the bowl. I think that would be ideal. Okay, So let's come on over to the stove. Let's take a look at these lentils. We are about halfway through our cooking process for these. So they're starting to get dry. So I said after about 6 minutes, there's going to be some like dryness on the bottom here. And that is about right. We're almost there. We got like 1 more minute until that's true. But this is, these are coming along. So I'm gonna let these sit again. I'm gonna keep, we're kind of continuing to just let these chill. Now, I feel like a better option here would be to roast these for a longer amount of time. If you wanted them to be like fully crispy, what I'm doing now, these are just cooked, like they're cooked lentils. They're not as crispy, I think, as I envision them to be in my like perfect recipe. Yeah, well, it definitely is. And Twitch recommends, the default is 30 days, by the way. It's not like a me setting. If you never touch those settings, it's 30 days. So that's possibly why. Some folks set their channel to be a little bit more like exclusive, like don't accept raids from streams with less than like X number of viewers. But I think that's petty. And I don't understand why you would do that. But you know, it's an option. Okay, so we've got our yogurt. We're combining that with my lemon juice, my lemon zest. Season with the remaining 1/4 teaspoon of salt and 1/4 teaspoon of pepper. Okay, so where did I put? Give this a stir. Yeah, okay. And some folks also, some folks also have it set that you can't raid at all, which is a thing that you can definitely do. Okay, 1/4 teaspoon pepper. Where on earth is that salt container? There it is. Okay. This is mixed together. We got 2 minutes left on those lentils. So what we're gonna do, speaking of rating, I'm gonna finish this sauce. I'm gonna give those lentils a stir. And then I'm going to package those Muddy Buddies that are in the fridge, because these last couple minutes of lentil cooking, I'm going to be tempted to keep stirring these. So I've only stirred these once every couple minutes, which is good. They're definitely dry now. So we're going to package these Muddy Buddies. Let me wash my hands real quick. We got about 1.5 minutes to do that. This is H. Welcome in. Thought I was on the Rice Krispies treats. No onion powder in the Rice Krispies treats. Although wouldn't that be an adventure? I am always tempted to overstir, Liz. That is, it's my toxic trait, honestly. Is the overstirring of basically everything. Well, 20 seconds on the clock. That's okay. Some people turn the raids off near the end of the stream. Yeah, I was actually considering doing that just a moment ago, because I always feel really bad when we get a raid and I'm actually on a like hard hard timeline of like, hey, I'm trying to end stream at a specific time today, which I am today. So, but you know, if people raid, sometimes it's okay. You're just like, well, okay, we're going somewhere else. Carry on. And that's okay too. Okay, turning the heat off on those. I'm gonna let those roll for just another moment here while I put these in 2 different bags. Yeah, they're usually not bothered too much. And I know from being a viewer, I've never been like, no, you need to stick around. Like I've never not once ever had that thought. It's like, yep, that's how it goes sometimes. Okay, where are we going next? I like when people raid. When people raid is really the one of the few times that I will follow someone live while they're like actively streaming. Because if other people are following them, then I'm like, okay, I'll just do it all at once. Everybody's following. We just get it out of the way. Same thing with like first time chat during words on stream. Okay. Done. Seal those up in a second. Let's finish this, John. All right. This is good to go. We have our lentils here. Some of them are crispy. There's some crispy bits in here. I'm just going to scrape this pan before I put them in the bowl. Make sure my scale is zeroed out, and it is. He disappeared without a trace, fellows. That's funny. Right. So, combine and serve. When the lentils are finished cooking, place them in a large bowl. Done. Stir in the tomatoes and dressing, then the parsley. Serve warm. Easy peasy. Just going to use the same spoon to do all of that. Okay, tomatoes are being stirred in. So I'm going to stir the tomatoes in first. And this is meant to be a warm salad. So warm is good. And then we'll do the parsley last. Grace, welcome in. Hey, 20 check-ins. That is a Cookie Club entry. Welcome. So this is a lemon, a yogurt lemon dressing. Has a little salt and pepper in it. Nothing fancy, nothing complicated. It's not mayonnaise. Yesterday, a Recipe Reborn raided in right as I was mixing all of this together. Or no, sorry, that wasn't that. It was she raided in when I was mixing the icing on the carrot cake that I made, and I said that it was mayonnaise icing, and she was like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" And I was like, "A lot. I'm sorry." Okay, so we're adding the dressing, and then the parsley. And this is a warm lentil tomato herb salad. It weighs 857 grams. 857 grams. Yield. So a serving of this, let's see, 857 divided by 4. Let's say this serves 4. 214 grams. Less than a cup. No, more than a cup? Probably exactly, maybe exactly a cup? Yeah, just over a cup. Serving is about a cup and a quarter. Put that in a better bowl so we can actually like see that as a serving and not as a giant mound of food in a bowl. This is also dishwasher. This goes away. This goes away. We take a picture of this. Take a picture of this in the bowl. We take a picture of the single serving. And I'm probably going to end up testing this again just because I really like it. Megan, welcome. Hello. So this is the batch. This is a serving. And this is totally unstyled food here. But it looks good. Me. Looks pretty good. So this is what we were just doing here. Come on over. Come on over, baby. This is the final product. This is a warm lentil salad. It has lentils, tomatoes, parsley, olive oil, Greek yogurt, lemon zest, lemon juice, salt, pepper, and this one has a little bit of onion in it. Onion powder, sorry, onion powder. Here's a better, more zoomed in, focused view. Fluff Muffin on YouTube, welcome in. Hello. Let's give it a try. Yeah, that's like, I love a warm, this is like a warm, basically any type of meat, any type of protein or additional protein, as long as it's not protein. Just mix it in here, and it'd be beautiful. That is good. That is really good. I'm very happy with that. I'm going to put that in a container, though. I don't want it to live in the bowl. This is meant to be eaten warm. It's meant to be served warm and eaten basically immediately. Because the lentils are still sort of toothsome and chewy and a little bit crunchy, which is kind of the point. The longer you let it sit, obviously the softer everything gets with the sauce. But I'm very happy with how this turned out in general. And y'all saw how quick that was to put together. That was like 20 minutes. It would go nice with fish. Mrs. H asks, yes, we ate it with fish last night. I made this yesterday and I served it with fish on top of it, like just a roasted flounder, and it was really good. So I think it would go well with fish. Absolutely. Yes, I do. I do. All right. Well, y'all, can I share what we did today? I'm going to. I have some mackerel. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the recipe, like, it's not published yet, but it's basically just like the crispy lentils in a pan with tomatoes and parsley. All the recipe is doing is giving volume to each of those things. Like, you're comfortable enough in the kitchen, you could definitely make this. It's just the lentils, to me, I want the lentils to be warm. Like, I want them to be warm and a little bit crispy. That's the goal. The goal is always warm and a little bit crispy. Okay. Let me see. What does the calendar say? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you what's coming up. So next week on stream, we'll be live on Tuesday and Thursday. We have like a normal scheduled stream next week. That's kind of weird. Not weird, but it's been, my schedule recently has been not normal, as in I haven't been here, and then we were live on a short one on Tuesday, and then Wednesday and Thursday. So we've had some weird scheduling. Tomorrow, or rather next week, I'm hoping we will be right back in with our normally scheduled streams. Tuesday and Thursday. Do I know what we're doing on stream next week? No, I don't. I'm sorry. Not yet. But we will be doing something. Cooking. Unless it's really like nice, but also not like super hot and not raining, then we might be outside. Liz, yes. Let me write that down because that's good. I do want to make that, and I forgot that I even said that, and now that I'm like, okay, so we'll hold that thought. But yeah, next week should be a normally scheduled stream. Tuesday's a little shorter one, kind of like today, about 5 or 6 hours. And then Thursday will be, again, a little bit longer, probably until about 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay, so what are we doing with the rest of today? Today, I'm going to find out where we're rating, and I think I know where we're rating. I think she's still available. We're going to visit Jane Henry. Jane Henry is one of my favorite food and drink streamers. We love Jane so much. I want you all to go enjoy Jane's stream, enjoy the lurk there. But first, let me show you what we did today on stream. So, a little recap, if you will. Liz asked if I gotten this fish cake things in the farmer's market lately. I haven't. Those come. No, I haven't. And I know what you're talking about. Those I need to order. So they're more of an order thing. You pick them. It's weird. It's a service called Small World Seafood, and they do like pickup. So I can't buy them spontaneously. I have to remember it. They're really good though. I love those. We made a bunch of things. So we'll start with the less interesting. We made a warm lentil tomato herb salad. It looks like that. It goes great with any type of protein. You could put it underneath the chicken thighs or fish. You could probably put chicken nuggets on top of it if you want to. I don't really care what you do with it. I think you should make it and it would be great. And at some point, there'll be a link to the recipe available. If you hit command recipes, you can see all the recipes that are available that I've written, most of which I've done on stream. We made caramel corn. So these are snacks for tomorrow for my son's friends coming over to hang out. We have a bunch of caramel corn. Looks like this. It is tasty. It is, yeah, I got 2 gallons of it. We have, what are these? Rice Krispies treats. We made Rice Krispies treats. They look like this. They came out soft. They came out quite nice. They're very thick, and I kind of love them. Woma, we made some adjustments recently, and I believe that that was one of them. So we made some adjustments. We had some people who had not been around for a while, like a really long while, that had badges, and some people that have been around for a medium while that didn't have badges. And so we made we balanced the equation. Thought I was losing it. You are not. I'm happy you're here. We made brownies. They have melted marshmallows on top. They came from a box mix. And We made Muddy Buddies. They look like this. They're Chex cereal, chocolate, peanut butter, and powdered sugar. And I'm very happy with them, and they taste amazing. And that's what we did on stream today. Oh, we thought about chopping fruit. We had a pineapple in stream for like almost the entire stream. I did not actually chop the pineapple though today. I was going to, but I was like, I'm going to run out of time if I do that. And you know what? I was right. But that's okay. And we also have a pineapple for tomorrow, which I'm going to cut up, but it's going to ripen a little bit. How do you ripen a pineapple quickly? You put it in a paper bag? I don't know. Pineapple marked safe, right? Pineapple was marked safe on Facebook for one more day. All right, we'll be back on Tuesday next week, but for now, I'm going to send you all over to Jane Henry. Jane is a lovely human and a good friend of the stream. So Jane is a great place to go lurk. I want you to hit the follow button for Jane if you haven't already been following her. There's some raid messages in chat, and here are some links to social media websites elsewhere. All right, if you're on the YouTube stream, this is where we end. I hope you have a lovely evening or a lovely rest of your day. Please hit the like and subscribe button. Subscribe helps you find the stream later. The like button helps people find the stream now. So maybe do